Okay. All right, thank you. We'll open up business at 5:33. Thank you for being here for the regular board meeting of May 23rd, 2023. I'm going to ask Clerk Oliveros Kidwell, could you please conduct a roll call?
I would be glad to. President Brooks.
I am here.
Trustee Laccaretti.
I'm here.
Trustee Espinosa.
He's not here.
Trustee McCutcheon.
She's not here.
Clerk Olivares Kidwell, I am here.
Thank you. Will the community outreach specialists please introduce themselves?
Thank you, Mr. President Brooks. Buenas tardes a todos. Si usted nos está viendo virtualmente o se encuentra en persona y desea hacer un comentario y usted necesita intérprete, le podemos proveer interpretación si lo necesita. Gracias.
Thank you. แปลว่าระหว่างหวังอันนี้ที่ไม่เปิดแต่มองหวังอีบัวอีมวนฉลางสก็ไม่เชื่อมจะฟังว่าเป็นเมียนว่านะทุบบัวอีบัวเถียงตัวนี้แรงจริง
nhớ rằng số lần sở tự của nhà máy xong nhà tiệc có họ hưu sai nhau biết cho họ sáu tăng số nó thì họ xã tự số hai lù lấy họ mua lù nu đã chỉ bây giờ mua mong hai lù cho có nhà tiệc có xã tàu watch out. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you for the community outreach specialist for all you do for us. Clerk Oliveros Kidwell, could you please lead us in the pledge?
I'd be glad to. Please stand and join with me in pledging allegiance to our nation. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Public comment prior to closed session. Identification of closed session topics. 3A, Public Employee Discipline, Dismissal, Release, Government Code, Section 54957. 3B, Public Employee Appointment, Government Code 54957, Title Interim Superintendent. 3C, Public Employee Appointment, Government Section Code 54957, Interim Chief Administrator Office. 3D is Public Employee Appointment, Reassignment, Discipline, Dismissal, Release, and Complaints, 54957. Number 3E, Conference with Legal Counsel, Anticipated Litigation. 3F, Conference with Legal Counsel, Existing Litigation. 3G, Conference with Real Property Negotiating regarding APN 031-173-013-000 and 031-173-014-000 and 031-173-015-000. Blast 3H, Conference with Labor Negotiator regarding negotiations with Merced City Teachers Association and CSEA, Chapter 530. Comments and questions at this time. The public is invited to comment on items within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board, according with board policies on the items listed for closed session only. For those who are with us virtually, we would like to make a public comment. Please call 1-669-900-6833 and enter selecting meeting ID 871-3265-8645. You will be placed in the virtual waiting room until the moderator of the meeting provides access to the live meeting. There will be an opportunity again for public comment when we return to open session. Comments from members of the public should not exceed 3 minutes per individual or a total of 20 minutes unless timelines are waived by the majority of the board. Mrs. Zuniga, do we have any callers on virtually?
Mr. President, there are no public callers in the waiting room.
All right. We do have public comments here, so we will take in person.
Good evening. My name is Diane Pust. I would like to speak with you about item 3C for closed session, the public employee appointment of an interim chief administrative officer. I first spoke to you about this position on May 2nd. On that evening, I asked for the job description, qualifications, and the purpose of this position. I asked for transparency. No action was taken in closed session that evening. However, the item came up again on the May 9th closed session agenda. I once again asked for a job description, qualifications, and purpose. Again, I asked for transparency. No action was taken in closed session. So here we are on May 23rd. This position is still on the agenda, and there still has been no transparency to the staff or community about the job description, qualifications, or purpose. When I first spoke to you on May 2nd, you might have noticed that I didn't identify myself as MCTA president. At that time, I didn't have a solid pulse on how most members felt, but I knew that I had to speak for myself. However, as I've said before, many MCSD employees have since contacted me thanking me for saying what they are afraid to say themselves for fear of retaliation. I soon realized that I needed to hear from more people, not just those who are in my immediate bubble. So a couple of days ago, I sent a survey out to certificated staff. The survey is anonymous, but respondents have an opportunity to share their name, grade, and school. Last I checked, 91 certificated employees had taken part in this survey. Some have signed as staffs, so the number of respondents could possibly be more. Tonight, I'd like to share the data and responses from one of the questions I asked, and that is, the board is currently considering adding a position to upper management. This title is Chief Administrative Officer. Do you have any questions or concerns about this new position? If so, what would you like to know? 87 of the 91 respondents have concerns. 2 said they had no concerns, and 2 did not answer. So that means that 95% of respondents are concerned. They are asking the same questions I have been asking since May 2nd. What is the job description? What qualifications will this person need to have? Why do we need this job? Of the 87 concerns, I think one sums it up perfectly, and it is this. There is only one question that we need to ask for any position in a school district. And how is this position going to help our students achieve? We always say that we need to be student focused, but actions also need to reflect that. Thank you.
Thank you. If we don't have any more public comments, we will adjourn to closed session. Just to check, Mrs. Zuniga, do we have any callers in the queue?
Mr. President, there are no public callers in the waiting room.
All right, wonderful. We'll adjourn to closed session. Thank you. That was a wonderful test. Wonderful. On the air. Thank you for being here at our regular board meeting, May 23rd, 2023. We will call to session at 7:18. The MCSD Board of Education has resumed in-person meetings and will continue to offer a virtual option for those who prefer to participate remotely. To enable public comment and translation services, both in person and remotely, public comment will be taken during the public comment period. This time is general public comments and comments on a specific agenda item. Should you choose not to wait until the agenda item comes up, if you choose to speak to a specific agenda item during the public comment period, you will not be able to speak to that agenda item again when it comes up later. For those who are here in person, please stand behind the podium to make your comment. State your name for the record, then share your comment or identify which agenda item you are here to address. Then comment. You will have 3 minutes to address the board. To maximize community input, we may exercise the right to reduce the per person speaking time, if necessary, by a large number of speakers. For those who are with us virtually and would like to make a public comment, please call 1-669-900-6833 and enter selected meeting ID 871-3265-8645. You will be placed in a virtual waiting room until the moderator of the meeting provides access to the live stream meeting. Thank you for your patience as we strive to hear all voices, both in person and remotely, and work diligently to be effective and efficient as possible. Will the community outreach specialists please introduce themselves?
Thank you, Mr. President Brooks. Buenas noches a todos. Si usted nos está viendo virtualmente o se encuentra en persona y usted habla español y necesita interpretación, le podemos proveer interpretación si lo necesita. O si tiene algún comentario o pregunta, también puede usar la función del chat en su pantalla. Gracias.
Thank you. ไปอลมันหวงอันนี้ที่ไม่เปิดแต่มองยิบุยมวนฉลางสก็ไม่เชื่อมจะฟังว่าเป็นเมียนว่าเนาะทุกสัตว์ไฟคลิกลงเดียนฟังแคนเฮลโกลบหรือกินเมียนสก็ไม่เชื่อมจะฟีจังจูทงเนาะจะแชทโอแปลงจริง
nhớ trong số lần sở tù là nó cũng mãi xong do có hai tia có xã sai bé tia họ xã hữu tua nó giải lù cho họ bé lu nó cũng nó có nó hữu tua cho MCSD lại mà mua cái sở tông cho có mà cũng mà nó giải lù cho có cho là what show. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you to our community outreach specialists for allowing us to effectively communicate. Clerk Oliveris Kidwell, could you please call roll?
Trustee Lockeretti.
Here.
President Brooks.
I am here.
Trustee Espinoza. Trustee McCutcheon.
She is not here.
Clerk Olivares Kidwell, I am here.
Thank you. Clerk Oliveris Kidwell, could you please lead us in the pledge?
I'd be honored. Please stand and join me in the pledge to our nation. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
In closed session on a motion by Trustee Lackeretti and seconded by Clerk Oliveris Kidwell, the Board of Education voted to accept the appointment of Jennifer Ferreira for the position of principal at Givens Elementary School as recommended by the administration staff.
Well, it is my sincere pleasure on behalf of the board to congratulate you on your appointment and just wanted to give you an opportunity to say a few words to the public and to the board.
Thank you.
President Brooks, trustees, Acting Superintendent Mr. Meisenheimer, and Cabinet. I am, with humble heart, so honored to accept this position as principal at 80 Gibbons Elementary School. I am excited for this opportunity in working shoulder to shoulder with my staff to ensure in meeting the needs of our students, all while building our community relationships and striving towards our goals. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you. Woo! Have him come up and shake.
Congratulations. Clap it out one more time. That's good. In closed session, a motion by Clerk Oliveris Kidwell and seconded by Trustee Laccaretti, the Board of Education voted to accept the appointment of Lynette Gomez for the position of Supervisor 1 Preschool and Child Development as recommended by the administrative staff.
Unfortunately, Ms. Gomez couldn't be here this evening. I will see if she's able to attend our next meeting, but I'll just accept this on her behalf. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I will kindly turn it over to Clerk Oliveris Kidwell.
Merced City School District recently lost our beloved Peterson Elementary School third grade teacher, Ms. Maria Polito, after her battle with cancer. Very brief battle. Ms. Polito cared deeply for her students during her 23 years with this district and will be missed immensely by our community. She will be missed by this board. For those of you that know her, she sat in that chair every meeting. She did not miss a meeting until she got sick. And I will speak personally. When I was first elected, it's daunting, as Trustee Laccaretti can speak to. When it was very bad, when the meetings were very long, she would tease me about the length of them. But she was supportive. And she always said, "You've got this. You've got this." Our condolences go out to the Polito family, the Peterson students and families, and all of those who were fortunate enough to know Ms. Maria Polito. Please join us in a moment of silence. Thank you. Please note that her chair will be here through our meeting today.
All right. Board members may report on activities such as school visits, meetings, and conferences. We'll start with Trustee Laccaretti.
I'd first like to start off with my sincere condolences to the Polito family, and not only her family, but her work family and all of you who dearly miss her. I've heard nothing but excellent stuff about her, and my heart goes out to all of you. And if there's anything that I can do, please reach out. And I hope the district has counselors that you can all go to and talk about this loss. Again, my sincere condolences to the entire Polito family. On 5/10, I attended the Stephanie groundbreaking ceremony, and it was really nice to be part of an innovative initiative that the district took, and I applaud all the people that were involved in the planning. It was I'm looking forward to the completed project. On 5/12, I attended the staff picnic. it was great. There's so many. I did not realize how big MCSD family really is, and it's big. And it was really nice to see family members and kids playing and all the hooting and hollering and the awards, and I could really see the camaraderie and how close you all are. So thank you for inviting me, and it was a pleasure to be part of that. On 5/12, I attended the firefighters ball. It's a new organization that is working to give scholarships and do need-based assessment of students in the district. And from what I understand, like student teachers or even community members can reach out to the group and ask for things from this organization. So I was happy to support this event, and it was a huge success. And again, if you want more information, I think their information is on a website, but I can also get you that information. That's all I have. Again, I see how the mood in this room, and please know that my condolences with the family. And if there's anything we can do, please reach out. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Blackaretti. Are you ready? Clerk Oliver's Kidwell.
We go on, right? We go on. Actually, I'm not ready. If you would like to go next.
Okay. So I'm not going to talk about where I've been and what I've done. I've been there, done that. I'm going to talk about some things that I'm hearing about the district and why I think it's not true. So I've been hearing that the district is not strong. And I think that's furthest away from the truth as it's ever been. I say that because we as trustees, we have been here 5 months and we have been able to create a lot of historical things when it comes to this system. We have listened to people come up to the podium and actually created change as far as creating a clinic where students could get physicals for free. That came from somebody standing at the podium. We fostered relationships with not only the community, but with the teachers, with the staff, with everyone. There has never been a point in a district where your voice has been heard as loud as it's being heard right now. That's a positive. Not only are we fostering relationships, but we've once again created history by giving our partners time on our meeting. It's never been done before. That's historical. We've been here 5 months. And in this 5 months, we've had some
of us have been here longer.
I'm saying as this new board, we've been here 5 months, 5 short months. In these 5 short months, we've been on a roller coaster, but please believe that everything we've done has improved our children's education. I begged if anyone wants to debate that, please do. I'm a great debater. But look at our last week's presentations where we were able to achieve double digits when it comes to reading and literacy. That's huge. Never before done in the district. There are so many things that we're doing new in the district. Look, change, this is what our opportunity for change looks like. So when people say our district is in disarray, I would always beg to differ. Our district is in the best possible position it can be in. We know the system has to change, and we're doing that. It takes time, though. So if you stand on our side and when you hear that our district is in array, just tell them, no, it's not. It's once again, it's the strongest it possibly can be. A lion pride, if it loses the head lion, it's still a lion pride. It's the pride that makes the the Lion Pride. It's not just one person. And we are out here as a strong pride when it comes to the board, when it comes to our administration, and when it comes to the partners that we've partnered with. Once again, we will continue to listen as long as you will continue to trust us in our decisions.
Thank you. I just, on behalf of my fellow board members, thank you for saying that. Truly believe it. My report isn't nearly as exciting as that one. I was honored to attend the MCTA dinner, acknowledging the retirement of several of our partners. And I just want to thank each and every one of them, even those that weren't able to make it. Thank you for your contributions to Merced City School District, to our students, to our families, and to your coworkers. On May 19th, I stopped to Sheehy School, and I happened in on the 6th grade dance, and they invited me in. And it was a wonderful event. I actually got to dance with the students. We all did the Cupid Shuffle. It was a lot of fun. And I just want to give a shout out to Principal Ayala, Learning Director Lance, but also to our custodial staff, Adolph, and I think it was Mike who came by, and they were working hard, and they keep that campus looking great, even during the construction. So I just want to give a shout out to our custodial staff members, Mike and Adolph at Sheehy, and to the 6th grade team, Ms. Lima, Ms. Davila, and Ms. Dalmaso, and to Mr. Alvarez, because he was doing balloon animals, and the kids were lined up to get those. 6th graders, they wanted their balloon animals. It was a lot of fun. On May 20th, I rode with the Merced Bike Coalition, Ride with Mayor Matt Serrato. I highly recommend, every year it happens. If you want to attend, just check the Merced Bike Coalition site. It's a great ride, and it helps highlight the bike paths that we have in Merced and the importance of those bike paths. On May 21st, I participated with Free Mom Hugs, an alliance with, we did a pride ride throughout the city of California, just to say that, you know, moms support all children, and all children deserve hugs. May 22nd, Rivera Elementary Talent Show, Principal Her and Learning Director Russell. And there was a special performance with the teachers, but I was blown away by the amount of talent of our students and the place that the arts need to have in our schools. We must retain our commitment to the arts. Again, attended Kiwanis meeting with regards to Kittyland. I highly recommend anyone that has littles to go out there to the Kittyland rides. There are a number of volunteer opportunities out there. If you have any questions, please contact me. I'd be happy to turn you over to our Kiwanis leadership. This morning, I attended Merced Scholars Charter School with Dr. May Mua and Principal Vang, and I was able to see their dual language immersion classrooms. There's a classroom devoted to Hmong and a classroom devoted to Spanish. And it's a pilot program, but it's a phenomenal program. And if you have any youngsters that are TK through 1st grade, I highly recommend that you find out more about this opportunity within our county. And I hope that someday Merced City would be able to have something like that. I also attended Merced High School asked me to volunteer, and we cooked 400 hot dogs for all of the seniors. And many of the students there recognized us from Merced City School District, and they came and said hi. So I was able to see some of our littles who are now bigs and graduating with the class of 2023. Congratulations to them. The last thing I will say is that there is a gaping hole in our district. There's a gaping hole in our audience, and it will be felt. That absence, the absence of Maria Polito, will be felt. And we are here to share in the grief and, again, to offer our condolences to her family. Thank you.
Thank you. We're on 6, Merced City Teachers MCTA and CSEA. Once again, this is the first time that, yeah, clap it up. This is the first time that our partners actually had a voice at our meeting, and it's going to be like this until someone else changes it. So congratulations.
Thank you. I'm going to have some things you like, and I'm going to have some things that we're going to disagree on. But that's okay. First of all, I want to thank you for including MCTA on this agenda. I hope this communication forum will be a positive step towards communication, two-way dialogue between us. First of all, I'm going to state the obvious. We are in crisis mode right now, and I have never in my 25 years seen the disarray that we are in. And I honestly think morale is slipping. This is what I see. But I must believe that we will come through this, because we all have one thing in common. We all have a common goal. We all want what is best for students. However, we have some obstacles that we need to overcome, some really big obstacles, and we can't do this work effectively until we are unified in our mission and supported by administration. In a recent survey to certificated staff, I asked, what is your number one concern as we end this school year? And not surprisingly, student behaviors, lack of discipline, and no support were the greatest concerns. Teachers are feeling unsafe, demoralized, and helpless. What we're doing is not enough. I don't claim to have the answers. I am just sharing with you all of the realities our teachers are facing each day. Another obstacle that we must all work to overcome is low levels of literacy. And if you've known me for 10 minutes, you know this is near and dear to my heart. Literacy is the foundation of all other disciplines. But I am happy to say that the District Literacy Committee has had 2 very productive meetings. Our vision and mission is developing collaboratively. I'm hopeful that we will be able to bring evidence-based structured literacy training to the majority of our teachers and administrators starting next year. Very exciting. I'd also like to bring to light the frustrations of our TK teachers. As you are well aware, the age for TK is being rolled back each year. This will bring changes to our TK classrooms. Our TK teachers have had many questions and frankly are frustrated. I feel that it is imperative that they have a voice in what their classrooms will look like. Again, I do not have answers or solutions, but I feel strongly that we need to listen to the concerns of our TK teachers as we move forward. And I would like to speak just a little bit on behalf of Peterson, and I'm part of the staff, and it was a hard week last week. And being that I'm in the library, counselors from other schools came in for 2 days straight, and they were amazing. They were amazing with the kids and the staff. And I was just so impressed, and I want to definitely acknowledge how well they did. And I think we're beginning to heal. And lastly, I'm on the board of the Merced Firefighters Scholarship Fund. And I'm one of them that approves when the requests come through. And if you want to know more information, please let me know. This is here to support our students. You hear the word scholarship, and it's not necessarily a scholarship like going to college. This is, do these kids need supplies? Do they need shoes? Do they need glasses? Do they, things that maybe families can't afford? So I am on that board. So again, any questions, let me know. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you.
Good evening, board members and executive cabinet, as well as the public. My name is Susan Ledesma. I am president of CSCA Chapter 530, and I too would like to thank the board for taking this incredible step in including us, as well as MCTA, and giving us the opportunity to be up here and speak and not have to be that 3-minute timer. I'd like to apologize for my dress and my appearance today. It was pajama day today, and then my daughter had her concert at Rivera, and then I came here. So it's not what I usually look like. You guys know that. Anyway, I'm just going to keep it real light today and introduce all of these wonderful people that are standing up here with us and those that are not able to be here with us. So as I mentioned, my name is Susan Ledesma. I had to actually look up there. I am in my second year as a CSCA Chapter 530 president and my 16th or 17th year in the district on contract. I had 2 years as a sub before that, and I have been off and on the e-board for CSCA 5 or 6 times now as life and situations have changed. I'm going to go ahead and pass the mic down so that our e-board members can introduce themselves. But if you could click onto that next one, because our next person is not able to make it today. Our first vice president is Jason Adams. He is one of our maintenance workers. He's one of the guys out at M&O that you see around at different sites. Rivera Middle and Rivera Elementary are 2 of his sites. And he, I don't know how long Jason's been with the district. Lots of years, we'll say. And he has been leading up our negotiations for us, and he is doing an incredible job from all accounts. So he couldn't be here today. He's got a sick kiddo at home, but we wanted to make sure and introduce him so that you all see him around and about, you know who he is and what he means to our chapter.
Hi, my name is Yvonne Noriega, and I am a cook baker at Charles Wright, and I am our second vice president. This is my first year, but I had many experiences with my parents being in the union, so it's awesome to be, stepping up and trying to, do what they did, of course. So yeah, so here we go.
Hello, my name is Diana Mraz. I'm the Department Secretary for Facilities. I've been with the district, 8-9 years. But prior to that, I was a clerical sub. So I've been here since probably 2013. Different departments, different sites. I am the secretary for our chapter, my first term, and I'm excited to be involved.
Amen.
Good evening. My name is Chris Sagan Ramirez, and I am the e-board treasurer for CSEA. I've been with the district for 15 years, worked in a number of different departments, and I'm currently the office manager at Fremont Elementary for a year and a half. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Yvonne Villegas. I am a cafeteria manager at Franklin School, and I have lived my life there for over 33 years at this one particular school.
Amen.
I've enjoyed being in food service. I'm loyal to those in my field and within our CSCA. Also, I've been also holding a office at one time. I've been involved since I can remember starting be just very involved in everything. Whatever we needed to do, we were always there. I was there to back up, be there, be supportive. Anytime I was needed, I was there. I just want to say thank you and that I've enjoyed my years here and continue to move forward and continue more years in my department.
Amen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Corinthia Hurley. I am new. This is my first term to the CSE board. I serve as the sergeant at arms, and I'm also new to the district. So this is my first year in the district. I have the pleasure of serving as an instructional aide in our wonderful SIP program at Fremont Elementary.
Hi, I'm Angela Bruning. I've been with the district for 10 years at Chenoweth Elementary as a crossing guard extraordinaire. And, and I do noon duty supervision also. I have been now contracted. I think this is my 5th year contracted. Before that, we were not contracted. So I appreciate that we were finally contracted. My husband's worked in the district. Kevin, how many years? 20 20 years, something like that. So we've been here for a long time. We're very involved in the community, and I appreciate what the school has done. I have one child who has graduated through the system. The other one is going to be a junior next year. So it's been a good district. I like to be involved to help with making it a good district. Thank you for everything so far, and hopefully we'll continue to have a good relationship as we move
Amen.
forward. I'm on the negotiation team right now, and I think that's it. I have been on the board before, so thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, our slides are a little bit out of order because not everybody was able to attend today. So let me go back real quick and just introduce them. So we got Chris. Giselle Olmos is our communications officer. She's been working for the district, I want to say about 7 or 8 years. Giselle was a student at Rivera when I worked there. So it's kind of strange to work alongside her as a colleague. But anyway, she's our communications officer and she's administrative secretary for Ed Services Department. Rebecca Pena is our chief job steward. She's a health assistant at Tenaya Middle School. Rebecca's been around the district, I want to say like 20 years as well as an HA. Our current labor relations representative is Linda Gonzalez. She is our official CSEA person. She is one of the people that our dues goes to, and she helps us with everything that we volunteers are not able to do, either time-wise or with legalities. And then we have our negotiations team. We have Xavier Saucedo from maintenance, Linda Arroyo, office manager at John Muir Elementary. Oops. Chris is also on our negotiations team. As we mentioned, Angela, oops, I just lost my slide. So there we go. Sorry, Angela. Angela's on negotiations. I am also on negotiations. This is probably my 4th or 5th time at the table. Jason's on the team, as I mentioned earlier. Rebecca's on the team. Diana's on the team. Yvonne Villegas here is on the team. And Laura Lynn Kennard, who just recently retired from PDC, is also a member of our team, not photographed here. So this is our team. These are the folks that we get to sit with Mr. Meisenheimer and company at the negotiations table. And when I come up and speak, I'm speaking not only on their behalf, but on the other 600 plus members of our classified team with our district. So thank you again to the board and to the district for including us in this. And I hope that this is just the beginning of a great communications relationship. And on the times I'm not here, we'll have one of these fine folks up here. Thank you.
Wonderful.
And happy Classified Employees Week. Happy Classified Employees Week.
Thank you.
Historical. That was beautiful. The public is invited to comment on items within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board or a particular agenda item. Topics not on the agenda, which are brought to the board's attention, may be investigated by the superintendent and reported made to the board either publicly or privately at a future meeting. State law prohibits the board from acting at this meeting on any matter raised during the public comment period. Comments from members of the public shall not exceed 3 minutes on an item or a total of 20 minutes per item unless timelines are waived by the majority of the board. The board respects the right of members of the public to speak to the board regarding matters on the agenda and other matters within the jurisdiction of the board. However, it is important for members of the public to understand that derogatory comments against district employees or others made in the board meeting can be actionable as defamation under certain circumstances. Mrs. Zuniga, do we have callers in the queue for public comment?
Mr. President, there are 3 public callers in the waiting room.
We'll take the callers that are in person first, and then we'll go to the ones that are in the waiting room.
Either way, you could do it the other way. That's fine. Rick Wendlinger said, I feel the electricity in the room tonight. In fact, I think it's the 3rd rail. I'm sorry, I'm addressing the board here. Okay. I was going to talk about, well, I'm not anti-teacher. I'm not anti doing things for our children. I do have some interests in the money aspect of life, both here in the city and in the county. And so I have actually, I think Mr. Meisenheimer, if he doesn't have 13 people on his team to balance the teachers, has quite a job ahead of him. However, I'm asking him to discuss what negotiations with the teachers unions here that he can discuss outside of the negotiating. So I'm interested in the money aspect because I believe that many of the teachers and many staff people have voted for the people whose policies created the inflation that plagues the teachers, board, staff, and the taxpayers. And so I want to know what they're asking for, if I can find that out. And I have a question on item 12B. I would ask the board to table this item for the next board meeting. And I would like to know more about the curriculum of that program. And I thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, board. Steve Russos, parent of Givens, and I have 3 comments. One is I would like you to consider redoing the equity and inclusion survey that was completed on Friday. 1 year ago, I made the exact same comments that each of you received by email earlier this week. Nothing on that survey was changed. It is impossible for someone to read it if they have less than a high school degree, and we know literacy is a challenge. It is not designed to be read by anyone who speaks a language other than English, even though it's been translated. We've had parents, both Hmong and Spanish-speaking parents, read that survey. It does not make sense. The method of actually having the survey taken by parents is not inclusive. And this is last year at minimum, I was thinking last year we asked that the privacy statement, at minimum, the privacy statement for the Hanover Research link, if you clicked it, at least you get the option of Spanish and Hmong because the survey is actually done in Spanish and Hmong. So the privacy statement is entirely in English, and again, very complicated that most people could not understand it. So if this survey is about equity and inclusion, we have one of the most, historically, Alan, we have one of the most diverse boards we've ever had in the history of Merced City School District. How can we allow that survey to stand? It has to be redone. Our children have not completed it. I've checked with at least 3 other classroom teachers. Their students who were eligible to complete it did not complete it. I'm glad my students completed it with some prompting, and I'm happy that happened, but that's our students haven't had a voice. Please consider recalling it. The second item that I know will be talked about just after me is the air conditioning and HVAC. We are going on 3 years in June, 3 years since our school district knew that the HVAC systems had to be replaced. In a few minutes, I'm sure we're going to get a presentation from Doug Collins, who will tell you everything is fine. We have a lot of HVAC systems that are outdated, over 15 years old. Yes, they blow air. Yes, the air blows at a certain rate, but our children are not breathing clean air. I mean, 15 years old, some over 30. You can look at the list. This is all public information that we paid for. Over $100,000 for this report. I mean, really, is that what we want? And the third thing I would ask you to think about is please help parents also be partners. I'm really proud to see the teachers, right, come up here and say they're partners. But parents don't even understand why the superintendent was fired. Now, I'm not saying you should put that in public, right? We fired the superintendent because of this. But wouldn't it be nice if parents could understand what happened, even to some extent, some small way that they could support teachers, right? Because we want to support teachers. That lack of transparency, those 3 issues, and there's more, really is tearing apart the trust that parents have for you as the people that we've elected. I know each of you and the others who aren't here tonight, I really respect each of you. Please take some time, slow it down. We can do this better. Please, thank you.
Hi, I'm Dr. Pam Russos, and I'm a local physician here in town. I also have children at MCSD. And I'm here to talk about the HVAC issues that we have been talking about for 3 years. So just the schematic design report dated December 22, 2021, basically shows that Net Positive Consulting Engineers has stated that the majority of HVAC systems are well beyond their lifespan. In some cases, they report more than 15 plus years beyond recommended life cycle of the American Society of Heating, Refrigeration, and Air Conditioning Engineers, ASHRA. What is really a shame is that Doug Williams had presented this report August 9 of 2022, where he recommended going and doing programmable versus non-programmable thermometers. And so what ended up happening is he averaged all the values and said, we're good. Where
Please address the board.
If you look, I'm sorry, what was that?
You have to address the board.
Oh, so if you look at the rest of the numbers, all those numbers that are above the CO2 above 800, there's so many classes that are not compliant, and we did nothing about it. We put no money into it. We only put $671K total. We have 4 years to use 25 million bucks. So where did $25 million go if we only used a portion of that for our actual HVAC? The other issue is TVOCs. So the reason why TVOCs are so bad is that they cause cancer. We are jumping out of the roof with those. And they knew from December of 2021 and did nothing. Nothing. All they recommended was doing thermostats that automated. And then when you look at the data, there's also rooms that continue to have problems. Trainer recommended other recommendations to actually fix the issue. Did we put any money into it? No, we did not. We put nothing into it. And we have 1 more year to use 25 million. Where did that go? That is what I'm asking. So those people that are here, that are working for 30 years, they have absolute longevity in being in cancerous items that they don't deserve for the loyalty that they give to this district. That is absolutely unfair. Our children alone, 8 years, are in cancerous items that are off the charts in all of those rooms. Last year, they didn't even put thermometers in. There, look at how bad that graph is. Almost every single class was off the charts, over 500. How dare we say this is okay? How dare do we say that this is okay for staff, administration, for students? That's 14,000 people affected by this. And we did. We're not going to put any money into it. We're going to push this project off until next year. And we're not going to even fix any of the 14 schools or more that need to actually absolutely be changed. We need to put money into this. The district needs to prioritize the health and safety of 14,000 admin staff, teachers, and students, and have a real plan to change the HVAC systems as Train recommended, and budget this for
You have
next
to wrap your comment
year.
up.
Thank you.
Thank
Budget
you.
it for this year. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kashana Ashford. I'm new to Merced. I've been in this district with my children for about 7.5 months. I'd like to say that I have pleasant things to say about Merced City School District, but at this point in time, I do not. My children have been met with racism. They've been met with threats of violence against them. And they have also been met with the principal not doing anything about it. So coming into a district, I attended an LCAP meeting last week while Mr. Alexander dismissed me. I asked a question. I am trying to be involved in this community because I have children in this community. I went to 3 meetings at Merced Union High School District, and those meetings were collaborative. They wanted to hear what parents had to say. Mr. Alexander had a stranglehold on how parents communicated their concerns about this district and disallowed collaboration in the truest form, where we're able to speak to one another and bounce ideas off of one another. That's problematic for me. Another issue that I have with this district, and again, I just got here, I am a former foster youth, and I am also African-American. This district is failing that population. Failing. Not just a little bit. What happened to each of you that you forgot your focus? The focus is about the children in this district. They're the reason we're all in here. I'm here as a parent, you're here as board members. Their interest, their best interest should be the only thing you're concerned with, not new buildings, the teachers, the staff, the classified staff. I am a former school bus driver. I'm with the classified staff. I understand what they deal with as an auxiliary role. They're all exposed to the cancer causers that Pam just shared. How dare you? How dare you not have this information and not do anything about it? Plausible deniability is not an excuse. Feigned ignorance is not either. You're new, you're not, the other two are. Mr. Espinoza is not, and Ms. McCutcheons is new. When you signed up for the position, you should have educated yourself on the issues, all of them. The kids deserve your best. We're their champions. That's why we are all here. There's some things I don't play about, and my kids are the biggest thing. You guys are either going to do your jobs, or I'm going to knock on every door in Merced City School District to have you all recalled and to get rid of this board. And I will contact the CDE and have them come in just like they took over a district in Texas. I'm passionate about my kids, not just my own. Ms. Rock, you've met your David.
Good evening. My name is Nicola Adams.
Me, Ms. Adams, I wanted to understand, what was the last statement about the rock?
David and Goliath.
Thank you.
My name is Nicola Adams, and I'm a community activist. I'm a parent, and I'm a grandparent. And I want to talk about some things tonight. One of the things that the president of the board kept talking about is the school district is strong. It's strong. It's strong. I don't understand how it's strong when our African-American kids' scores are so low. And it recalls something, not this board, but someone else who was on another board here. I asked several years ago, probably about 8 years ago, how are our African-American kids doing in school? And without missing a beat, she said to me, they don't count. And it seems like it's still, they don't count. And so my thing is, if the board thinks that our kids don't count, then that goes into the school, that goes into the classrooms where our kids feel like they don't count. And so, you know, I'm not concerned just about African-American student scores. I'm concerned about all of our student scores. And I know our teachers do a great job with all of the stress and the things they have to deal with, but the test scores are not that great. And I don't know why we are not recommending them to someplace like HPAC, where they have tutors that look like them, that can help them out. Another thing that I want to talk about is we always tell our kids about being respectful, being responsible, how to be in class, how to treat each other. And yet we have some members of our district that have been intoxicated in public and known to be fighting in public. That is something that is really an atrocity for our community. Also, there's, you know, I'm around a lot of people in a lot of circles, and I hear a lot of things that are happening. And one of the things that I hear is that there is a position that is being created for a staff member that does not have the credentials for that position. And so when you do that, what happens is the person after them does not have to have credentials for that position. And it keeps us spiraling down, down, down. And it keeps our school system going down, down, down. I don't know if a lot of people have heard that, but these are things that I hear in the circles that I hear. I also hear things about people talking about recalling the board. I hear a lot of things. And I understand when you say trust us, but at this moment, it doesn't look like there's a lot of trust coming forward. And so I'm not putting the blame on one person. I'm just saying we could do better. The board can do better, and the community can do better. But also, it doesn't sound like everything's strong. It sounds like what we have right now is a hot mess. So thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Edelweiss Pfister Oviedo. I'm a parent of a student of Crucian Middle School. I'm here because for two things. The first one, I agree with Dr. Russos about the air quality in the classrooms. Dr. Russos has been doing research for many years about the quality in the classrooms, and she exposed this situation in the board meetings, and it's no, the school district is not moving forward. It's a reality. She's a doctor. She knows how the health situation in the community. And I think we really need to pay attention for the health of our students. And this is very important. You change the air quality in the classroom. And we have money for that. And I think you just need to approve it. Something else that is concerning me particularly are the fights at the schools. All parents are worried about their kids because they don't know if they're going to be the next. I think we need to do a different campaign, not just to trade the situation at the moment. We need a campaign in the classroom, something psychologically that can go through the kids and also advertise the consequences. That way we can stop or minimize the fighting at the schools. Thank you so much.
Mrs. Zuniga, do we have callers? We can start bringing callers in.
I will bring in the first public caller right now.
Caller, please mute your YouTube feed. Press *6 to unmute your phone. Wait a couple seconds and then comment.
Repeat yourself.
They're fighting others. And then comment. Caller, can you hear me?
Yeah. Hello.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, hi. So my name is Sandra Lee, and I am a parent of a fourth grader at Burbank. And I am just speaking up. I did write an email earlier also. And I understand that we have lots of changes to make in this district, but I want to highlight one of the changes that we've made this spring that's going in the right direction. So my son just recently had started doing the tutoring at Valley because we got a parent square notification. And I have to tell you, it is one of the best things that this district has done. I couldn't be there in person tonight because my voice is out, so I apologize for that. I apologize if I'm not super clear tonight. But the services that my son is receiving at Valley, we didn't know what to expect. And to learn that he's getting tutoring one-on-one or 1-to-2 at most was such a life-changing experience. He's not a kid that loves his academics. He'll do his work, but he wants to rush through it and get out of there fast, like many children. And the second day, he said, "Sign me up every single day." And so now he's going 5 days a week. I'm seeing a change in his attitude towards his homework and learning. And I've talked to many other parents that have put their kids through this, and they also have the same experiences of this thing. This has been the best thing for their kids. Grades have changed, attitudes have changed. It's the model that Uday Valley has put. It's very positive based. They're not comparing apples to oranges. Everything is made individualized for each child, which I love. So some kids might go there because they need extra support, and other children might go there because they need help in catching up in certain subject areas. But everyone's made to feel like they can achieve those goals through the individual tutors, which I love. So I am just hoping that you guys continue this funding for this next school year with ELOP and maybe even through the summer. And I'm hoping also that somehow we can think outside of the box. If you guys know where Valley Tutoring is located, it's located on the north side of Merced in the El Portal Plaza. And I think about the kids that don't have access to it, right? Because of transportation or it's not close to their home. And so how can we then provide the same quality of education to children on the other side of town or throughout Merced City School District? Because when I'm dropping off my son, he attends Burbank, so it's about a 5-minute drive. There are a lot of kids from Burbank going there. And typically this ranges from $30 to $50 an hour. families of multiple children, even families with just one child, going there 1 or 5 days a week, that's $150 to $200. Not families in Merced typically can't afford that. And so I do appreciate the district investing in our children and making sure that, they're seen as individuals. And so just wanting to put in your ears to continue this funding for this next coming school year.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller, please mute your mic, mute your YouTube feed, press *6 to unmute your phone. Wait a couple seconds and begin your comment.
Hello?
Yes, caller, we can hear you.
Yes, President Brooks, this is Michelle Delgado, and I'm sure Birdie is like, wow, she's actually calling in. But I'm calling tonight because I'm asking you, our board, to be the 5. And when I ask you to be the 5, I'm asking you to be the 5 that listens to the teachers and to the students. One of the problems as far as communication is we have to go through the school website, and you guys have emails that are tied to the school. Well, we know that they can be read. So there is an open communication. Teachers are afraid to email you because they know that they can be read. It would be nice if you had your own personal emails that we could contact you, and you might see and hear the real concerns that are taking place in our district. So please be the 5 that change that. Also, with that, I believe it was $21 million building that's being built. It would be nice if you looked into what Fresno Unified does as far as the storing of books. They have all the books, every textbook housed in one place instead of at different sites. Whereas right now we are currently trying to do a direct count so we are not spending extra money on books and consumables for next year. That would be huge if as a board you could look in to see what Fresno does as far as the storing of the books and the consumables. And I would like you to be the 5 that take us in the positive direction that I know you all want to be that board, and I'm asking you to be the board that makes us all want to go to work. We want to go to work. We want to work with the kids. We want to help them raise their test scores. We want to do everything, but we want to do it, and we need the help. Alan Rasmussen was here years ago. He would have been one of the 5 as not only, well, he was our superintendent. Sorry, my brain gets a little scattered sometimes, but please be very careful when you select our new leader. I actually wish you would let me be on that panel. That's just a thing I would like to do. But be the 5 that makes the change, that represents our town, that represents the town that many of you have grown up in, your children have gone through our schools. Just please be 5. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please mute your YouTube feed. Press *6 to unmute your phone and start with your comment.
The thing I want to do. But be the 5 that makes the change.
Mute. You have to mute your YouTube feed. It is a delay, so please mute your YouTube feed. Press *6 to unmute your phone and start your comment.
Okay. Hello.
Hello. Yes, we can hear you.
Hi. Good evening, everyone. This is Helen Tan from Aaron, and also I'm Ada Givens, the SSC chairperson. And I know we still have budget for the Cowboy Fund. I'm here to ask you, please. We, as Ada Givens, as parents, we know the playground is very hot during the summertime right now, and we do not have shade in the playground. And there was a tree there, but the tree dead, so it's concrete, very hot. if possible, I'd ask you please add a shade to the playground side. That's is very helpful, and also the money is worth it spent on children, change the environment. And the second thing I should ask, as we still have a lot of money, and I think for all school districts, we need HVACs, as we talked a million times. I really want our board to do something about it and add the AC, which is good for the air quality. I know some doctors and professional people, they recommend many times too. I don't want to repeat about it. And yeah, I really ask you guys, please consider it and spend money on this field too. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Zuniga, do we have any more callers in queue?
Mr. President, there are no additional public callers in the waiting room.
It looks like we have a public comment in person, so we'll go back to this public comment.
Thank you. I want to address the board as a parent. I wasn't aware of this information about the HVAC systems, and I have to be completely honest with you, I'm extremely concerned. Having a child that is just getting ready to graduate from LCAP, and so she's been in Merced City School District since kindergarten, and also having a son that is now at Peterson, and he is now in the 4th grade, and he's been in Merced City School District since TK. I'm extremely concerned about the things that I'm hearing when it comes to the health and safety of our children. But I have to believe that each of you, when you run for these positions, that you guys had a heart for our children and also the staff. And this health and safety has to be at the top of that. And so I know that each of you are also aware that as you sit there in those seats, you do not represent your own opinions, but you represent your constituents and the best interests of our children. And with that being said, I look forward to the board presenting a plan to address this issue immediately, because the health and safety of our children has to be the top priority. And so with the belief that I know that each of you want to do what's best for the staff and also for our children, I am very much looking forward to the plan that will come from this board expeditiously that is going to address the HVAC systems and that's going to address this information. If there's any reason that maybe these numbers need to be checked, then I would welcome the board to make sure that that's done. If there are testing kits or system that needs to be put in each classroom to figure out, to identify which sites need to be addressed first, I would absolutely hope that the board is going to do that. But again, the health and safety of our children is the top priority. And so I am looking forward to what the board will do to address this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. We don't have any more public comments. We'll go to, I will entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda. I'm sorry, I skipped.
No.
We have reports, MCSD indoor air quality updates. Dr. Williams.
I think that, the next one is Steffi Elementary School showcase. Showcase?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I skipped
7A.
it. I skipped it. My eyes, I'm getting old. My eyes.
President Brooks, may I, Mrs. Gomez was able to
Yes.
join us. I'm
Yes.
just trying to find a quick moment to fit her in, if it's okay with you.
Yes, Mr. Meisenheimer, you have the floor.
I think she's here somewhere. There she is. So I just want an opportunity again to congratulate her and to not welcome, because she's already part of our district, and I just know she's going to do fantastic work, and give her a moment just to address the board.
Sorry, good evening, everyone. I made it. I just want to thank the board and cabinet for this wonderful opportunity. I look forward to learn every day more and more and grow and help with leading the preschool program as well as our child development programs. So thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Good evening, Governor Board President Brooks, trustees, acting superintendent Meisenheimer, cabinet, colleagues, thank you for being here, and public. My name is Jaime Calderon, the proud principal at Joe Stephen Elementary. And for our showcase tonight, we'd like to begin by showcasing one of our wonderful students. Riley Macias will be reading a poem for you all.
Wonderful.
Hi, I'm a student from Stephanie Elementary, and I'm going to read you a poem today called Don't Quit. When things go wrong, as they sometimes will, when the road you're trudging seems all uphill, when the funds are low and the depths are high, and you want to smile, but you have to sigh. When care is pressing you down a bit, rest if you must, but don't you quit. Life is queer with its twists and turns, as every one of us sometimes learns, and many a fellow turns about, and when he might had won had he stuck it out. Don't give up, though the pace seems slow, you may succeed with another blow. Success is failure turned inside out, the silver tint in the clouds of doubt, and you never can tell how close you are. It might be near when it seems afar. So stick to the fight when your heart is hit. It's when things seem worse that you must not quit. Thank you.
Woo!
Thank you, Riley. And I want to thank her father for being here. I understand mom was waiting in the car, I believe, with the baby. So thank you for the
Hey, clap it up for
sacrifice.
the dad.
Great job.
That could not have been better timed.
And Riley, the work is hard, we all know, and we're not quitting, and we didn't quit this year at Joe Stephanie.
Amen.
So it's my pleasure to be here tonight to showcase the work of our dedicated school community. If I were to pick a theme for today, it would be this. We celebrate our successes and we look towards continued improvement. And no, we did not quit this year. I'd like to tell you a little bit about our school community. We are 622 students, and you can look at the slide for the rest of the numbers. Our mascot is the stallion, and our school is guided by positive behavior intervention and supports, or PBIS, and our motto is Rise Up, because we show respect, integrity, self-control, and effort. We serve over 622 students, as I said, 600 students, with an additional 104 enrolled in special programs through Merced County Office of Education. 127 of our stallions are English learners, and this year we reclassified 12.8% of them. Our goal was to reclassify 10%, so we exceeded our goal, I'm happy to report. 92% of our students are considered to be socioeconomically disadvantaged. 61 of our students have unique needs, and they do require an individualized education plan or an IEP. We also provide an after-school program assets that is well attended. At Stephanie, we're very much like a family. We celebrate together, we stand together in good times and bad. I want to highlight our staff real quick. 25 staff members who collaborate and engage in mutual learning. 6 of them hold master's degrees, 12 have specialized credentials or have an added authorization. And I'm happy to report that 9 staff members completed the online elementary reading academy. We would not function without the backbone also of our classified staff. We're supported by 3 instructional aides, 2 full-time custodians, 5 yard duty supervisors, 3 cafeteria staff, and we have 4 staff members that maintain the day-to-day operations of our front office. They are often the first people our community sees. When it comes to our goals, our site goals focus on academic achievement, student wellness, as well as family engagement. You see the goals here, ELA, math, and EL progress. Students do have a sense of safety and belonging. Overall, family satisfaction with Stephanie's programs is there. And our data monitoring efforts include the following. We review data throughout the year. Our teachers collaborate in PLC or professional learning community structures. And we gather around discussing things like district progress assessments, systematic instruction in phonological awareness, or SIPs. We work around our common formative assessments or CFAs, our district writing performance tasks, and also our AVID side goals. And we never leave behind discussing our California Assessment for Student Progress, which is our CASP testing. What I like to do is provide you with some growth samples because we do have some areas to celebrate. If you look at this, we have going late into this presentation into the year is actually a blessing because I'm able to review our DPA data for all three assessments that were done this year. And if you take a look, our students have completed all of them, and we have really good measurable progress from DPA 1 through DPA 3. And showcasing our school has really made a difference again at the end of the year, because check this out. 31% of our scholars were on or above grade level in reading. This represents a double-digit gain of over 16 over the first DPA, over 16%. It's hard to tell from here, and you know, we have a lot of room to grow, but if you look at the lighter lines at the bottom, that was our first DPA, and that's where we started the year. And over the year, we really shrunk our red, and we really have grown our green. So we're very proud of that. In the domain of comprehension, each one of our grade levels grew significantly. Okay, and we look forward to increasing our goal. We're going to increase our goal for the percentage for next year as we continue to work through our PLC work. I have some exciting stuff to report in math. In the core area of math, we see that 21% more of our students are at or above grade level since the first DPA. And a whooping, I'm going to say whooping just because we don't normally see this, 26% are fewer are below average. So we really shrunk. In math, we really look at the line, the red line before, and then the smaller red line afterwards. Wow. So we're really proud of that. And in the areas of numbers and operations, we see gains across the board by grade level when you compare DPA 1 to DPA 3. Our math goal was significant and resulted in a concerted efforts because of the PLC work and the number talks programs that we worked with this year through our district support. On this slide, you see that we have the dashboard from the state. And one of the things that's interesting is that since coming out of COVID, you know, this actually is considered our new baseline. And we're going to continue to work hard to get back to those pre-pandemic results. Yes, we have a concern in chronic absenteeism. We had about 52% of our student population being chronically absent. That's way higher than the state average, and it is not acceptable. Our suspension rate was 1.4% below the state. This is good, but still considered high, and we continue to work on that. Our language arts performance in language arts was low at about 50 points below standard. Even our math is still low at 79% below standard. But even though the state is also very low with 52% percentage points or points below standard, and we just say this is not acceptable. We're going to continue to work on this. However, our relative strength is in English learner progress. Even through the pandemic and after the pandemic, our ELs continue to make progress at a much higher rate, and we're very, very proud of that. So to continue to work on these increases and to continue to improve, we are collectively agreeing to follow attendance incentive program to target chronically absent students. We make home visits, and we do all kinds of incentives for perfect attendance and increased attendance. We're going to continue working on that. We're going to continue focusing on good first teaching and the professional learning community model within our school, and we're going to continue to use AVID strategies. We're going to continue to be committed to providing member tax with fidelity, and we're going to continue to provide site-based coaching and professional development with district support. So I'd like to end this by celebrating our awesome staff. We have here one of our staff members who is the eye in kind, a smiling support staff who's just a wonderful person and represents Stephanie very, very well. And the other picture showcases our championship March Madness basketball team. And I want to thank Birdie. She stood right along with us, cheering all the way. So thank you. It was a great time chatting with you and being there to cheer our team. We are the first team that's repeated the championship. So we're very proud of that.
Congratulations.
But we're not just about that. We're also about growth and about having a great environment. So we're going to continue with our parents, with our staff, with our students to really, really demonstrate the rise up qualities at Stephanie. Showing respect, integrity, self-control, and effort. But I don't want to forget our partners at MCOE, our assets program, our special day program for the severely handicapped. And then we're also very proud to be neighbors of the future Golden Valley Health Clinic. We are very, very happy about that. We're looking forward to it. So President Brooks, trustees, we know the work is hard. We're not quitting. And thank you so much for listening
Amen.
from our presentation
Clap
tonight.
it
Thank
up.
you. And a special thanks to Dr. Castro. She supported me throughout this process. So thank
Wonderful.
you so much.
Trustees, do we have any questions?
Go ahead. You don't have any questions? I just want to congratulate you on the double-digit increases. What do you attribute that to?
Really the collaboration. I think part of my role is to help create a good environment where people thrive. And I really see that starting to happen. And so I think I came in at a good time when that was going on already and really helping that. That's really my first take on that.
Thank you. And I also appreciate you bringing a student. I wish
That was beautiful.
More principals did
You
that.
got a
during
lot of brownie
showing.
points for that one.
Yes. So we appreciate it. We really like it when students are highlighted. I've always said this. I just wish more students came here and we were able to congratulate them for all their successes.
Yes, and I'm sure Riley will take that back.
Yeah. Yeah. Congratulations to Larry. It was beautiful.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Questions? Great job. Great job. Congratulations. And I'm going to say this one more time because I'm going to continue to say this. When I say the district is strong, I'm not talking about adult problems. I'm talking about the kids. I am talking about the work that we've been able to do for the kids. Regardless of what problems you bring in as an adult, you have to look at the things that we've been doing as a board. Double-digit numbers, multiple times, multiple presentations. Never been done before. So not quite sure what people seeing when they say we in disarray. We're not. We are the strongest that we've ever been. And we've never had multiple double-digit numbers in the presentation until now. So when I say the district is strong, I mean, we're talking about the kids. When we say it's in disarray, not quite sure what you're talking about, because when I'm looking at the kids and the impact that we're having on the kids, it's huge, if not historical. Report, MCSD, in-air quality update.
Okay. Good evening, President Brooks, trustees, cabinet. Thank you for this opportunity to go through this indoor air quality update. So basically, I'm going to just start out by addressing the elephant in the room, right? Number one, we should have done a lot better as a district communicating what was happening kind of behind the curtain. And the fact that there was a lot of work going on that wasn't necessarily transparent to the public. It also was not necessarily transparent to the board at times. And I think that the briefing tonight or this presentation tonight, really it is not a change from the presentation that was given in August. What it is it's an update to explain kind of what went on with the funding for this particular project, as far as the delay we had and how we had to kind of work around some barriers, and also how we're adjusting the timeline to now move forward with this project because we have worked out that barrier. So with that said, you know, again, I can't stress enough that we could have done a better job. We should have done a better job, and shame on us as a district for not doing that. And so lesson learned. I think it's something that I think we thought we learned when some of this came up originally. And we obviously didn't quite work out the kinks. So we will continue to try to be transparent and forthcoming with it and move forward with progress. If we go to the next slide there that is up, this is the implementation, kind of lay out the key bullet points to it. We have done MERV 11s. We have done MERV 13s across the district. That is what we're running. We have made those improvements. We are still operating the layered approach by using the HEPA filter units in air purifiers inside classrooms. And then we are moving forward. This project is not just about getting a digital thermostat on the wall. It's about creating a building automation system that we can grow as a district. And we've kind of referred to it as the digital thermostat project, but it's really about getting a demand control system that recognizes CO2, recognizes humidity, recognizes temperature, recognizes the ventilation, does all these different things to control the air in the room to make it better and to continue to improve on it. That being said, we do not have any test results that show our rooms are dangerous. We do not have any test results that show our rooms are hazardous. We have test results that show there are opportunities to do better. That's what we have. The last part of that, when we talk about assessing systems, and we did do some assessments across the district for life cycles. What that assessed was the type of system it was. It addressed the life cycle itself, and it addressed the type of coolant that it used, because there are a lot of regulatory changes through EPA and within California for the type of coolants that we can continue to use. So what that assessment did was gave us a very, very superficial, high-level view of our systems. Now where we're at is we have been awarded, as you are aware with the board, we have done resolutions through Dr. Testa to the board that we have accepted funding from AB 841. And under AB 841, we are now moving forward to do formal assessments, which will actually talk about the true operational optimization and functionality of these systems. So the truth is because a system may be over the life cycle.
Excuse me, Dr.
Yep.
Williams. Excuse me.
What's going on right there?
So I would just like to ask as a point of order that members of our audience are welcome to express their thoughts and opinions during their public comment period. But when we're listening to a report from anyone, whether it's another member of the public, that we need to refrain from distracting actions.
This is the point. This is very disappointing. You have here 3 years, this man is telling me the same thing. This is untrue.
Point of order. Point of order.
It's untrue.
Point of order.
Yeah, let's get it together.
Doug, it's untrue.
All right, let's
do a timeout. Yeah, let's take
all
like
right,
5
all
minutes.
right.
I'm just waiting for it to calm down so I can.
Yeah,
continue.
we'll take a
5-minute
5-minute break right now and
Thank you.
reconvene. And we're stopping at 8:42 and we'll start back at 8:47.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you for taking that break. It was well needed. It is 8:49. We will continue with our MCSD indoor air quality report. Dr. Williams.
Thank you, President Brooks, trustees. So picking up kind of where we left off for the break, the life cycle itself or the age of a unit does not necessarily directly correlate to its functionality, which is one thing that I was trying to address. And the fact that we are doing a formal assessment of the functionality through AB 841. That is actually out and advertised right now. So my plan is between June 13th or the June 27th board, I'll be bringing hopefully some bids back to make a recommendation for award to actually do those optimization, replacement, repair assessments through AB 841. That part of AB 841, and this is a little bit beyond what I chose to speak to, but I think it warrants here tonight. That portion is only for assessments. There is no repair, no replacement that goes on. It is simply the recommendations. So from there, then we have to reapply back to CEC, back to get more AB 841 money to actually do any of the recommendations that come out for repairs, replacements, or et cetera. So I want to make sure that's clear. Also, between basically 2019 to present, we have replaced approximately 1/4 of our HVAC systems throughout the district. That's over 200 units that have been replaced over the last few years, out of about 800. So I think it's fairly significant with the work that's continuing to be ongoing. And then, why is this delayed, right? It's delayed because we were trying to do this project. And when we did the presentation back in August, we were trying to do this through ESRA 2 and or ESRA 3 funding. What we found out was due to some constraints within procurement on how we were going about the project, we could not use that funding. But it was not clear until basically, I want to say, about the last 45 days that we figured out this isn't happening. We continued to try and try and try with CDE. We were turned away, given another approach. We would come back. We were given another approach. We would come back. Finally, we came back to it, and myself and Ms. Parker sat down, went back to the superintendent and said, we need to reallocate different funding. Luckily, we had some other projects that we did not go forward with. And we were able to take Fund 41 and Fund 42 and reallocate that to this project, which is now what gives us the ability to start moving on. And it also very clearly explains why we've not acted on this that we presented back in August. It's not because we didn't want to. It's not because we didn't, have a plan to do it. We didn't have money. And you can't do any of this without money. And that's what we needed. The next slide, if I get that switched over, I don't think I have a clacker here. Thank you. Basically the revised timeline. Now this is still kind of in, we'll say, development stage, because we still have to cut the PO to train. And speaking of that, I do actually have one of the trained representatives tonight, and I'm going to ask him to come up to actually speak for just a second with me and talk a little bit about the timeline and talk about where we're at from the materials that we need for this project and how we're going to go about this. So, Rami, if I could, Jim, I'm going to have you introduce yourself.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for your time. I do really appreciate it, and thank you for your time. I do want to say Train is dedicated to the partnership that we have established and continue to establish with Merced City School District. We've been reluctant in working with the district to solve and mitigate these concerns, and we are in plan of moving forward. As Doug mentioned, this plan has been in place. It's just a matter of approval or in essence, a purchase order. And it's to that point, essentially, once that's received, we have the backbone of the products ready to go to be installed and starting the preparation of the project. So as far as the timeline goes, that's where we're currently sitting. We've dedicated ourselves to make sure we have the solution in place when ready. Thank you.
Thank you.
So with that said, if I could get you to not sneak away, stay up here. Okay. This is a very complex project. It is not as simple as going in, unplugging something and plugging in a new one. There are a lot of rules, a lot of codes, a lot of regulations, a lot of different things. There's changes with the California Office of Energy for 2023 rules and all this other stuff. So this whole project, along with combining it with the AB 841, has become very complex. And so what my hope is, and I'm going to kind of look at Mrs. Parker to put her on a spot, but I believe with board's guidance, we can actually move forward along with also passing of the other resolution that's kind of tied into some of this to cut the PO moving forward. Is that my understanding correct? Or sorry to put you on a spot, but.
That is correct, in consultation with the superintendent, acting superintendent, of course.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify for the board. And then also the other piece of that is, again, on this timeline, we are going to work, Rami and I are going to sit down and we're going to work with his team and then our team and try to condense that and consolidate that as best as possible. But what I did put on here was what is probably a reasonable timeline. In all honesty, because of the fact, if we just hand them a PO, let's say as early as Friday, they still have to schedule their team. They have not been standing around idly without work, waiting for us to do this project. So we will have to get on their calendar as well. So if I can go to the last slide there, or next slide. I think I've kind of addressed some of this, but where I touched on kind of the challenges we had through the procurement process, along with the ESRA applications with CDE. I've already addressed it. We've reallocated funding, which is coming out of Fund 4142, which are facilities funds. And then some of that will actually come out of AB 841, which will cover the CO2 monitoring portion of this project. So that should cover the entire $2.4 million in this project. Again, installation for project completion, we anticipate to be anywhere from 4 to 6 months. I put 6 on there just to be more conservative and err on the side of caution. We're obviously going to work to continue to drive that schedule as fast as we can with Train and the support to get all these demand controls in place. And truthfully, if there's any other funding questions, again, I would defer those back to Mrs. Parker for more specifics as far as ESSER funding, the statuses of it, where it went, because again, I'm not doing a budget briefing tonight. I'm doing a presentation on air quality. So, and then lastly, if we can go to the last slide, again, the benefits and the things that we've looked at. I mean, this is kind of just a quick summary of the main items that we think we're going to get, which is improving a healthy environment in those classrooms, making it a better environment. And then, of course, a reduction of CO2, and CO2 is directly correlated to VOC, and VOC will reduce when you reduce CO2. It's a very natural process because they are both vapors. And if you want to understand what VOC is, everyone's had a new car and you've got that new car smell. That's VOC. It's the smell. It's the gas off in the room from new carpet, new paint, new furniture. All these other things that we do in the district contribute back to things that are in the air. So it's a natural cause and effect that goes on that we're trying to combat. So every time we put a new chair in a classroom, we increase the VOC. With that being said, again, I just want to reiterate, CO2 and VOC are correlated, but CO2 is not correlated directly to indoor air quality, meaning It doesn't measure whether it is good or bad indoor air quality. CO2 tells you there's CO2 in the air, and it is correlated to the vapors of VOC. But you can have good air quality and high CO2 because you have a bunch of people in the room who are breathing and exhaling. And then you also can have low CO2 and have poor air quality. So they are not one and the same. They have some relationship, but they are not indicative of the other. And I think with that, I will turn it over to your questions and comments you may have.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Williams. Trustees, questions?
Can I ask a few questions?
Of course, we'll start with Clerk Oliveras Kidwell.
Thank you. So how are we measuring air quality? We heard a lot of information. I just want to commend the Russos for being just so staunch in their support for positive air quality for our students and for our staff, right? I'm relentless has a negative connotation, but I don't think it's relentless as much as it is dedicated. And I hear that we're at odds, but I want to understand the difference in the air quality testing, the results that we heard mentioned during public comment, as opposed to the question that we posed to you, which is, how can there be such a different impression of air quality in our classrooms?
I'm not sure I'm following 100% of your question. What do you mean different impression of it?
Let me make it really plain.
Okay.
We heard public comment today that the air quality is unhealthy, that it causes health risks. And yet we hear you saying that our air quality is not unhealthy. So how do you explain the discrepancy?
I explained the discrepancy and not understanding what people are talking about. In other words, I have studied this air quality for well over 2 years. Recently, I was actually asked to go down and speak at the state conference about indoor air quality. So at this point, I have become respected in the community about how to do these things. Fresno Unified has reached out to us. Merced High School has been reaching out to us to talk about the pilot study, the things we've learned from air scrubbers to the HEPA filters that we're using on the air purifiers and things. So I think the truth of the matter is it's really hard to define something if you don't actually understand the layered pieces to it. And it's a very complex thing. It's not picking one item and saying that's indicative of everything. And President Brooks, if I may address some of it from the public comment, the reality is that those charts that were shown tonight, yes, they are our data from our study, but one chart is showing the controlled rooms and the other chart is showing the uncontrolled, because it's showing the difference between the digital thermostat and the non-digital, the current system that we have in place. So when it comes back to, yes, we have those spikes in there, but there are a lot of causes and effect for that. If you look at the CO2 spikes, for example, the CO2 spikes are driven by the bell schedule. For one simple example, when you have 30 students who come in from recess or lunch and they're talking and they're heavy breathing and they're moving around the room, you're going to see a natural spike in CO2. Because what is CO2? It's a greenhouse gas. It's that exhaling footprint. Last I know, I mean, unless there was some disease involved, no one is getting sick just because someone breathed heavy. OSHA states that you have to be exposed for 8 hours for a 5,000 parts per million level in order for them to consider it unsafe. The fact that we spike up over 1,000 or maybe hit 15, 1,600 for a short duration and it goes back down does not make us unsafe. Nowhere near that. 15 minutes at 1,600 is a whole lot different from 8 hours at 5,000. So to try to quantify to your question, Trustee Oliver, the reality is that's why I stand here and say we're not unsafe. It's not unhealthy, but there is room for improvement. So I hope that helps clarify.
Have we done air quality tests in all of our classrooms?
We have not, but what we did just recently was we actually have some air quality sensors that we have, I think like 20 of them that we rotate around the district to do some sampling and auditing. And we just renewed that license. It had expired. So that license has just been renewed. So we're starting to get those back out to test and just keep sampling. As promised earlier in the pilot study, that we would continue to do some auditing and sampling throughout.
So we will get the results of those air quality tests in our weekly briefing?
That I cannot commit to until one, I talk to our acting superintendent, and two, I need to see what that looks like, meaning that we have just literally turned those back on and I don't even have them out yet. So for me to commit to say you're going to see it next week is probably not an accurate statement at this point. But yes, I think we can get some sort of reporting back out. I don't know that weekly is indicative enough for a trend, to be honest with you as well.
So we'll take regular reporting based on the recommendations of our experts. So I guess our contractors or whoever you look to for that type of guidance, maybe OSHA, I'm not sure. But I'll trust that you'll get that to us. And you mentioned the air filters. How often are those air filters changed?
So our air filters in the HVAC systems are actually scheduled to be changed every quarter. And so we have a rotating schedule. As a matter of fact, I just met with the supervisor of M&O, Mr. Steve Whittaker, and we just went over refining some of that scheduling to make sure that we're able to achieve that and keep that sustainable. The other piece with that is on the air purifiers. Those, they have two different filters in them. They have it's referred to as a charcoal filter. It's kind of the little vapor filter that helps with smell and some of the bigger particles before it hits the HEPA. Those are changed every quarter. The HEPA filters are actually good for 5,000 run hours. So it basically takes us through an entire school year.
Are there indicators on each of those units?
Yes, the purifiers have a light that if the filter gets too dirty, it will actually flip on a light and tell you. Now you'll see sometimes on them though, if it's sensing something in the air, it'll actually stay on for a little bit and then it'll reset because it's getting, some heavy perfume or something it's sensing and purifying out. But
right. No, I understand the difference between the red, the yellow, the blue, all of those lights, but I'm talking about a filter. So in our home, our air purifiers have an alarm, a light that lights when the filter.
It does.
Okay.
It has one that says filter change needed, I think, or something like that. Yeah.
Checking those so that
yes,
if we go beyond 5,000 hours,
custodians should be checking those as they go through rooms. That should be one of the things they're looking at.
I don't have any other. No, I do. One more question. What is the timing on the changes that are going to happen? I heard you say you have to go through our contractor. How quickly can it get done reasonably?
Let's clarify changes. What changes
I'm sorry,
specifically
the improvements to HVAC, to all of our HVAC systems? I understand it's a large scale project. Are those the dates that are on that schedule?
On that slide, that is specific to this train project award for the demand control modifications and the CO2 monitors and the digital thermostats. The other portion of which I believe you're addressing is the AB 841 assessment, and that is in the paper right now as we speak. So as far as the timeline, like I said, we'll bring it back to the board. As soon as we do the award, then I can actually get it calendared and scheduled with the vendor. So I can't actually answer exactly what that timeline looks because again, we don't know who it's going to be that we're calendaring it with.
Okay, thank you.
I have questions too.
Of course. Trustee Lackaretti.
Yeah, thank you. I also want to echo Trustee Olivares Kidwell's statements about the Russos and their passion for air quality and ensuring that our children and our staff and everybody who's in our school district is safe. Dr. Williams, I also appreciate you starting your presentation saying we can do better. I think this is one of the first times that I've actually heard an administrator stand up there, openly admit that we can do better. That takes a lot of courage. So I appreciate that. Whether we all agree on that sentiment is a different issue, but I really think it's important to start acknowledging that we as a district we have to bet, we need to do better in how we communicate what we're doing and how we solicit input. I think this is a perfect opportunity going forward to show our children and everybody who's watching that we can actually disagree about something, but come to the table and work collectively to solve this issue. I am hoping, and I'm going to look to the leadership of the district, Mr. Meisenheimer and everyone, let's figure out a way to work through this situation, because I think that's what we're all looking for. Because when we get passionate, it's easy to say, well, this or that. And I think it's really a good time to like recenter our efforts on what does air quality safety mean? And I hope that we will do this, and especially in our communications, because I got a bunch of emails back and forth, and I have to tell you, like, there's a lot of information that was confusing to me. And so I think we just have to make it like, talk to me like I'm a fifth grader, like make it easy. Let's put it on our websites and let's make it really easy. And I think there's also a confusion here about the funding and what's going on. So there's multiple issues. It's not just one issue, right? It's not just air quality. It's about what is happening with our funding. So again, I think this is the perfect opportunity to like put on our thinking hats and say, yes, it is a big deal, right? Like COVID was a big deal, and we got all of this funding, and even if there was not COVID, like when we have fires and all that bad air comes into our classrooms, how we handle that. These are all important questions. And, summer is coming, and then once schools open, all of these issues will come back. So we have some time here, and I think we can all work together. And I hope we can all work together towards a common solution, and to show folks that are watching that, hey, we can disagree or we may not agree, but we can all come together and work on this. And I know I'm repeating myself, but I think it's really important is the message that we put out there, that we are open to listening and we're open to working together. Yes. And I know there are a lot more questions, and I hope that under your leadership, we'll come to a place where we can talk about this. And, maybe we do some special report every month or every other month to see this is the progress we're making. And I think the confusing part for me was like, there was a delay in what funding. So these are questions people have, but you also have to, for a layperson, you guys do this every day, but for a layperson perspective, we don't speak that language, right? So how our communication has to be so clear that we all understand it. So that's my request to you. And I know it's a big ask to ask all of us, but let's hope we move in the right direction for this again. But I appreciate you saying we can do better. I think that's a great start, and we can build on that.
Thank you.
Thank you. I do have a couple of questions. So I was confused about the SR funding. From what I understand, that the AB 841 was gave us money to actually do a study or a case study, and then come back, and the process was after you do the case study and present the case study, then you come back and you present that case study, and then they give you money for that. Is that correct?
So yes. So okay. ESRA and AB 401, two totally different animals.
Okay.
They're not, they deal with the same subject or the same disciplines, but they do not interlock. They are totally different.
Understood. Okay.
So that's the first thing. The second piece to that is, you refer to it as a case study, I guess, but basically it is an assessment of the conditions, which is not what we did before. We did an assessment of kind of the status, if you will, where now we're actually going to open these up, actually take a deeper look inside them, and really take a measurement of how are they functioning. And then we can come back and say, hey, you know what, the one that's 30 years old, it's a rock star, but this 8-year-old one, not so good. It actually needs replaced. It's not as good as this one. Or, it could be the one that's at 15 years, which is the recommended life cycle typically within the industry, and it's at its last leg. We need to get it replaced. So, it's very subjective without having that quantifiable study to look at it. And that's what happens through this. The rounds are confusing, but I'll say round 1, round 2 of AB 841. And then as you go into the round 3 of the AB 841 project is where we start being able to apply for replacement repair monies to do the bigger pieces of some of those replacements. And just to make it clear, some of these units can cost, you know, $40, $50, $60,000 just to buy the unit, not to mention they weigh a lot more now in these new efficiency standards. They're heavier units. And so we have to go back through DSA, the state architects, to actually reassess whether our rooftops can even handle when we replace these. So I want to be clear, it's not a slam dunk of unplugging something and plugging it back in. There's a lot of other steps that get very overlaid and complex in this. And it, between myself and Dr. Testa that I'll pick on out there, it keeps us very busy trying to figure this out. So there's a lot of different pieces to it. So I hope that helps kind of define those two pieces a little bit better as far as the funding.
It does. It does. Since we've started this study, can you honestly say that our air quality inside of our schools have improved? Obviously, it should have because you've been doing the study.
So yes, I can say that because we've upgraded our filters.
Okay.
So if you take that alone, we went from MERV 5 and MERV 8 to MERV 11 and 13. So yes, definitively yes. Where we lack is having the demand control in place, which is what this project does that we're working on now with Train, that gives us that increased and consistent controlled ventilation, which is where we're going to see that 35% reduction in CO2, which also equated to about a 10 to 15% reduction in VOCs. And that's what we'll see across the board. And then we'll have to reassess and figure out, well, what's the next steps? Can we make it better? And that's why this is a never ending thing that we will continue to go down this path until we can get to the end of whatever the best is. So.
Can I ask a quick question? I think there's an issue raised about, I think you said, or someone, I'm not who, during the public comment, or you said, well, kids are not getting as sick. Do we know how many kids are getting sick from like colds or viruses that, I mean, do we have the data for sickness in classrooms where these maybe filters or these HVAC units are really old? Do we have any of that data?
I would have to say the answer is probably no, not in that correlation. And I would have to get a couple other people involved, probably Ms. Lee, and then also personnel with Mr. Sanchez. And because I think there's some other things, when we start looking at that level of data, we also have to be very careful to protect student data and things like that. So I think it's, and we'd also, I'm not sure how we'd break it down without looking deeper
Yeah,
into
I mean,
it. So the simple answer is no, we don't have that at that level. Could we do something? Perhaps, but I think it's going to take a bigger conversation with some of us to look at the different specialties of it.
Yeah, so maybe we start thinking about that, and also, you know, because it's just not one data point, right? We have multiple data points to look at, and hopefully we can say, you know, this is what we've done, and we've noticed this, and obviously we want everybody to be healthy. I want to come.
Absolutely.
I want to come to
Absolutely.
work, and I want to breathe the best air possible, right? And so I hope that I think we have some work to do here. So I'm looking forward to more presentations and conversations.
Dr. Williams, thank you for the presentation. I have one last question. I do want to repeat the sentiments of my colleagues when it comes to the Russos and their passion. You know, I was there in the beginning when they first started this conversation. But if I was a parent watching this school board meeting and just listening to the information basically said that, you know, the TVOC levels are extremely high and can be causing our kids to have cancer reactions or things like that. My question to you, just for my peace of mind, what is the recommended level of the TVOC, and are we below that recommended level?
So we have higher spikes in the VOCs. Absolutely. Is it at dangerous levels? The level is not really the concern. It's what's in the level. It's what makes up that vapor. Is it formaldehyde? Is it mold? Is it spores? Is it this? Is it that? There's other things that go into that. When we did our pilot study, granted, there's been some time lapse between those, data points, and now we did not find anything that was above permissible levels of any individual category that is standardly tested in VOC. So just because we have some of those things doesn't mean, even though we're above the, 500 parts per billion, right? It doesn't mean that it's going to make you sick or that you're going to get cancer from it. They're within permissible levels. Now, I again, with permission of the acting superintendent and with funding, of course, from my brilliant CBO who's going to help me figure this out, but I would say we could look at bringing an industrial hygienist back and doing some more testing. And I'm not committing to that publicly. I'm asking for permission, by the way. But, that would be probably the smartest step for us to take if I had to recommend something. So.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions from trustees?
I know I'm standard. Do you have anything?
Once again, Dr. Williams, I appreciate your honesty and being able to just really say and be honest and truthful that we can do better, and not only say it, but actually follow that by actions of us actually doing better. But thank you for the presentation.
Okay, thank you. And then I would like to thank Rami for making the trip up and being here to support the district as well. So thank you.
Thank you for being here. Report, outdoor learning environment report, Dr. Testa.
Thank you very much, President Brooks, trustees, Acting Superintendent Meisenheimer, cabinet, community, and colleagues. It is a pleasure to present to you tonight a very brief update. I'm going to go very brief as to the progress underway in creating outdoor learning environments that benefit our students, staff, and community. Thank you, Mr. Spangler, for helping me out here. This very first slide is just to touch on some key points. Actually, the cover slide. Thank you, Jeremy. This presentation is, again, as Dr. Williams mentioned, it's a work in progress in our outdoor learning environments. I too have learned a great deal about how much I didn't know about the importance of outdoor learning environments. But basically, it's because it really doesn't matter what a facility director believes is a good outdoor learning environment. It's about the teachers and the efficacy of their work with our children. And that's probably the biggest learning. So, every day I'm on a full ride scholarship thanks to you, and we learn about what we need to do to support our teachers and our program. This next slide here highlights some driving considerations that we're focused on right now. In a recent board agenda or board item, you gave us permission and direction to develop our educational specifications. It's a big point right now. And I might have mentioned to you, 20 subcommittees were initiated. Today, if I look a little tired, we've gone through 15 of them already. But the work has not been hasn't been pulled together and crystallized. We've got more work to meet. For example, this Thursday, we're meeting with our middle school language arts and middle school math teachers. So to take learning outside, I just think it's so important that I mentioned to you that about the research that's been underway about the benefits of outdoor learning. There's also research about how to create that learning through our teaching practice. And our teachers are doing a great job with that, but this is new uncharted land too. The slide here, without going through every piece of this, it's about every single school and about equity for all of our children and all of our schools, even down to ADA and restroom access and how we can get those approved. I'll talk about a Sheehy project in Tenaya. Much more went into getting those projects approved about access to and from these outdoor shelters that I even realized. So that's just one of the pieces. And then our long range planning is right now, as we look at so many pieces of our schools,
for example, where our portables are and where they're not, and where the future upgrades of our buildings are. We need to keep in mind about much more than just where to plant trees, for example, or where to place outdoor tables and so forth. I'm going to highlight here on this next slide some current featured projects. Warrior Pride is going to be very high next Wednesday night at graduation, as it is every day. And tomorrow, our painters are finally going to show up and paint that brand new outdoor amphitheater in the Commons area at Tenaya. And this will provide not just outdoor learning opportunities and shade and the seat walls that have been incorporated. It's all supposed to help supervision too, and frankly, spread students out in a comfortable setting at the campus. We're putting wireless access in the shelter, so when learning goes outside or performance goes outside, we can either plug in or go wireless out there. So we look forward to seeing you out there. I know graduation is going to be a big night. The grass is growing. We've got dancers out there at night trying to bring in the growth, and but this is a wonderful experience for our school to be transformed with a quality outdoor learning environment at Tenaya. And at Franklin, the project that you awarded and approved last at our board meeting, we're getting ready to kick off on June 2nd out there. We already have the interim housing out there at the school, but that project is going to feature an outdoor shaded shelter for the students. It's going to complement where the library is. In other words, the learning can be accessed right there. And even though it's hard to see on this drawing that I clipped into the slide, there is planters there on the upper portion of this play area and on the left as well, where students will be able to sit down at age appropriate small little seat walls under the shade of trees we're going to be planting there. And we just think that's going to be a big advantage for Franklin, because it's one school, as we have many that still are under a lot of heat load on the campus. And we are planting trees at these sites too, which are obviously, I think there is more high tech to them. In a couple of these pictures, you see the Zelkova trees that are the way they grow, the shade they offer, the bay laurels, but also we're thinking about our maintenance staff to minimize their work so they can attend to other priorities, as well as the students will have that shade year round, if you will. So the next slide highlights, Jeremy, save me. Where are we at here? Okay. Oh, I went too far. Sorry about that. Okay, back to that slide just before, Jeremy, if you don't mind. At Sheehy Elementary, tonight, another item is to bring forward our Increment 2 project, which is going to represent a new shade shelter that's a large one, similar to Hoover, that we've installed a few years ago. More shade trees planted there next to the classrooms. And Miss Ayala and her staff have been helpful in helping us realize that this is not just the longest project, but I think it's going to have great benefits for many years to come. In the pictures here, you see the rendering of the new admin student service center, which it has an outdoor learning environment that greets parents as you come to the school, but it also extends into the courtyard, and it'll feature landscaping and trees where students will be able to benefit as they enter the school right there next to the cafeteria. Again, that shelter is going to basically extend and grow the size of the cafeteria, which we have 5 very small cafeterias in the school district that this shelter at Sheehy is going to benefit. And then, the outdoor air quality will also, I must say, is going to be benefited by new air conditioning that's going to extend over into this project. For not just our students, but our staff. But back to the next slide, this one here, just a kind of a reminder, our progress is, it may look like it's been strong, but we could do better too in our outdoor learning environments. We're fortunate that we have a number of shelters in place, a number of areas on our campuses where students enjoy outdoors, but we do have plans to advance DSA approved projects here in this coming year, and I hope to be here to tell you more about that this fall. So you know what's happening at a number of sites, including right here at Givens and STEAM. We're right behind me out here in this courtyard. We do plan, as one parent, Ms. Tang mentioned earlier, we do need shade out here, and we do have it planned, and it will incorporate passive travel, the restrooms that are ADA compliant. Those are all the pieces of the puzzle. And frankly, another aspect that isn't in the PowerPoint, but these projects are linked directly to the ESSER, the ESSER funds, that elementary and secondary school funds that we get from the federal government. So with that said, I know this has been a quick report, but we're continuing to plan ahead to complement and take learning outside. Happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Dr. Testa, for that beautiful presentation. Trustees, do we have any questions?
Thank you. When will the 80 Givens shade be available?
Pending plan development and DSA approval, DSA review, hopefully late this fall. That's about the soonest we could get it in. Because we're looking at a fairly large structure that would complement both the use of the STEAM Center and 80 Givens. So we're still working with, and maintenance and operations has done, in my opinion, a fantastic job of building in new playground structures that complement play, and of course are shaded. So we're trying to complement the location of some thoughts about what's best out here. And of course, with Ms. Ferreira now coming on board, she's going to have a lot of great input, and her staff. And I want to underscore that we've learned that getting input from our teachers, from our operational staff, our grounds and irrigation subcommittee, frankly, was fascinating. And today, talking to our special education and intervention staff, learning, going outside, and where we place these structures need to complement that indoor environment. But long answer, we're going to try to get it done this fall.
Thank you. So along the same lines of input, we also heard from TK and kindergarten teachers. Are they able to give input for their classrooms? That was a question that was posed earlier.
Oh,
or maybe it was
yes.
via email.
We met with Dr. Castro, Dr. Garza, and a great group representing our TKK, and taking learning outside is definitely a feature of that learning play. And I think that's going to be coming together very evident at Sheehy, frankly, in the front of that school, which is, as you know, very beat up right now. But
some of the newer
with-
classrooms I was able to see, I was able to tour, but I see that a lot of things are not completed at Sheehy.
Yes, Sheehy has been probably the most challenging, massive. We've had issues with the floodplain issue. The recent DSA has started to enact rules that have been in place for many years, and we've been included in part of the test cases that DSA now is enforcing rules that maybe haven't been in the past. But I can tell you, Miss Ayala and her staff at Sheehy has put up with a great deal, and but we're anxious to be able to go harder this summer and to get into, with your support later tonight, in completing this job with the increment 2 piece.
And I understand our staff is amazing and they're hugely accommodating, but I would just ask that as we make these decisions that we consider the impacts. I know that there's been some classrooms that have had to move and then move back, and because different stages. Now you can't control all of that, but I just hope that when the decisions are made that will impact staff, that you do consider not just that they're accommodating, but how can we help them not have to be as accommodating? Did that make sense?
Will do. Yes, we
Okay.
can. I can do very much better. No question about it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank
and
you for that.
I can say we, but I relate to I a lot better.
Amen.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Testa.
Okay, you're welcome.
Thank you, Clerk Oliveris Kilo. Trustee Lacaretti.
Yeah, Dr. Testa, thank you for your presentation. I'm looking forward to that Sheehy project being done. My daughter went to Sheehy when she was in 2nd grade. She's going into 12th grade this year. And I don't think there's been a lot of changes there in that time. And it seems like a lot of our buildings and the outdoor things are just stuck in like a time warp somewhere. So I'm glad that we are recognizing and planning and developing and improving this. So I just want to.
He's been a long haul. We started with an outdoor learning environment upgrade in the south side of the school with the blacktop extending under the solar array, but we're going to finish with more on the library side of the school. But it would be nice to, and it will be completed next
Before
year.
she finishes high school?
No, it's going to get done by
she wants to go
by
back to
next
see.
year. Okay, I'll say that tonight.
Oh, so
Okay.
that'll be her senior year.
No,
That'd be
I
perfect.
think, in outdoor short, I was like really struck when I first moved to Merced, like it's so hot and there was nothing. There were like no, like kids would just sit in this playgrounds and just eat. I mean, I was shocked. So I'm really glad to see progress in this area.
Yeah, there's so many
I
details.
mean, not just Sheehy, even like other areas too.
Yeah,
There's just not enough shade.
Yeah, shade is definitely something that we're trying to address. I know we've taken out some mulberry trees there, but we're gonna plant 2 for every one we've taken out. Not mulberries, the
Good.
correct kind of trees.
I appreciate it. I just wanted to say, like, yeah, I've just yeah, that's it. Thanks. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you,
Dr. Testa. Wonderful presentation.
Before we move to the consent calendar, could we please pull item 9D, the resolution A3-2022-2023? That requires a 4/5 vote,
All
and we
right.
are only 3 of 5.
We are pulling item 9D from the consent calendar. It requires a 4/5 vote, and we don't have that right now.
Thank you.
Anything else before I entertain a motion? Entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar.
I make a motion to approve the consent calendar with the exception of 9D.
Same, so moved. Yeah, I'll second it.
Motion on the table to approve the consent calendar minus 9D as in dog on the table from Clerk Oliveris Kidwell and seconded by Trustee Lacquerette. All those in favor? Aye. Nays have the same right. Consent calendar minus 90 has been accepted.
Thank you.
Legal services renewal agreement with Atkinson, Anderson, Loyal, Rudd, and Romo. Mr. Meisenheimer.
Thank you, President Brooks. The renewal contract is based upon competitive hourly rates for legal and consulting services and established vendors on an as-needed basis. So it's recommended the Board of Education approve the renewal contract for legal services with the law firm Atkinson, Anderson, Loyola, Rudd, and Romo.
Trustees, do we have any questions?
So just so I understand, this is for CEQA construction and those types of things, these services.
These are actually what we use for
All
all
legal.
our legal services. It's one of the vendors that we currently use.
So who's the Lozano Smith then?
That's another.
We use
fund.
also Lozano Smith too as well.
They have different specialties.
Yes.
Okay. And I think this is one of the questions that Trustee McCutcheon had, like how many?
Well, currently historically we've had 2 legal services that we use that have, again, different services that they provide and expertise. Lozano Smith and this current one. There was one brought on by the previous superintendent, which is known as the 3 Fs, but that was an additional one to the ones that we use, and we use them for different purposes and reasons.
Okay. Okay. Looks good to me.
Are there any material changes in the contract?
Not to my knowledge. No, it's just a standard contract that just spells out the hourly rates for depending on what services you're using.
All right. I was fascinated by the difference in the like the senior partners and
Correct,
then
yeah.
the non-legal and all of that. That was fascinating to read through that. I was also fascinated by the cost of an all-day class
Correct. Yes.
and where it starts. And then like you get a real bang for your buck if you have them for eight full hours.
Correct.
Versus just coming in for 2 hours.
Right.
So it was fascinating. But I have no further questions. So
So last year, did we use, how much did we, is it up to 342 or do you Have you gone up and down?
Well, that is what the contract states. So it is up to that. If we
It's
do
up
need
to
more, obviously, we would do that, but that is historically about what we use.
That's just an approximation based on current usage of this firm. It doesn't mean we will spend up to that much. Again, it's billed on an hourly basis, but that's an approximation of the current investment.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Any other questions, trustees?
Make a motion to approve as recommended.
I'll second it.
Motion on the table by Clerk Olivers Kidwell and seconded by Trustee Lackaretti. All those in favor? Aye. And nays have the same right. Motion carried. Board action resolution of the Board of Education authorizing the insurance of sales of not to exceed $6,341,698.95. Mrs. Parker.
Yes, thank you. As shared at the May 9th board meeting, board action on this item does conclude the two-step process, which allows the team to proceed with the bond issuance. With that, it is recommended that the Board of Education approve the attached resolution A8 2022-2023, authorizing staff to take necessary steps to complete the financing.
Trustees, do we have any questions?
No.
We don't have any questions. I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
And a motion on the table by Clerk Oliveros Kidwell and seconded by Trustee Lackaretti. All those in favor?
Aye.
Nays have the same right. Motion carried. I know who you are.
You're just having difficulty today.
Man. Acceptance of revised board policies in the 3000 series. Mrs. Parker.
Thank you. It is recommended that the Board of Education accept the attached revisions to board policies 3460 and 3515 as a first reading.
Trustees, do we have any questions?
So I'll make a motion.
Motion on the table by Trustee Lackaretti and second by Clerk Oliveros Kidwell. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Nays have the same right. Motion carried.
Thank you.
Thank you. Tenaya Middle School and Sheehy Elementary School Modernization Project.
Do we have 11C?
I'm sorry, Resolution A9 of 2023-2022, a resolution establishing compatibility, uniform, and standardization of specific products and equipment. Dr. Williams.
Good evening, President Brooks, trustees, cabinet. I'm just going to read through the 32-page attachment. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not going to do that to you. I would like to, with your pleasure, to read just the background to kind of give a brief narrative of what the resolution is.
Please do.
So resolution A9 2022-2023 is recommended for the approval to establish consistency of maintenance, conformity of design, and compatibility of existing systems and construction projects and technology. By adopting this resolution and pursuant to Public Contract Code 3400C2, the Board of Education finds that it is in the best interest of the district to standardize the products and equipment listed in Exhibit A1 in order to match other products and equipment in use throughout the district. Standardization of products and equipment is part of a larger initiative to create education specifications and building standards to ensure district requirements are consistently and thoroughly communicated to architects and engineers. Bid documents will also, will specify the products and equipment listed in Exhibit A1 by brand or trade name and not allow for substitutes. So essentially what this means is we are saying these are products that are listed in A1 that we already have in use in the majority throughout the district. And so as we move forward and we do other upgrades, we are wanting to actually include these as our standard. And so we have basically brought this resolution together. And I want to state that this is not just an MOT resolution. This is a collaboration between SNS, between ET, IT, facilities, myself, with our teams to build this list as a kind of conclusive list for us to build upon for district. And like I said, it ties into the ed specs and also ties into building standards. So thank you.
Trustees, do we have any questions?
Okay.
Uh,
It is recommended that the Board of Education accept and approve Resolution A9, 2022-2023, a resolution establishing compatibility, uniformity, and standardization of specific products and equipment in compliance with Public Contract Code 3400 C2.
Let the record state at 9:44, Trustee Espinoza has joined the meeting. Welcome.
You're welcome. I know you. I'm glad you made it safely, sir. Motion on the table. Motion on the table.
I'll make a motion. Did you make a motion?
I did not.
I'll make a motion.
Motion on the table by Trustee Lackaretti.
Oh, second.
Seconded by
There's
Clerk
not enough
Oliver. Oliveris Kidwell. All those in favor? Aye. Nays have the same right. Motion carried for resolution number A9, 2022-2023.
Thank you.
So if I could take a minute, just to ask, sorry, not to you, Dr. Williams, to Donna Polk, our parliamentarian procedure. We pulled item 9D from the consent calendar. But can we address it as a standalone now that we have 4 of our 5? We should be able to do that individually, right? Okay, thank you.
So we're going back.
I think we should go back to 9D so that we can approve it now that we have 4/5.
All right, 9D was pulled from the consent calendar. Reconfirmation of resolution A3, 2022-2023.
So I make a motion to approve the reconfirmation of resolution A3, 2022-2023 as a standalone outside of consent.
I'll second it.
Motion on the table by Clerk Oliveris Kidwell and seconded by Trustee Lackaretti. Roll call?
Nope.
Oh, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Nays have the same right. Motion carried.
Thank you.
D, Tenaya Middle School and Sheehy Elementary School modernization. Modernization, I hate that word. Projects proposed change order, Dr. Testa.
Thank you, President Brooks and trustees. It is recommended that the Board of Education approve the proposed change orders for the Tenaya Middle School and Sheehy Elementary School modernization projects. And we are very much under our contingency amount you approved.
You already knew the standard question, right? Thank you, Dr. Testa. Trustees, do we have any questions? No questions. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
I'll second it.
Motion on the table by Trustee Espinoza and second by Trustee Lackaretti. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Nays have the same right. Motion carried.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Testa. Sheehy Elementary School Modernization Project Award Increment 2, Dr. Testa.
Thank you. It is recommended that the Board of Education approve multiple prime construction bids for the Margaret Sheehy Elementary School Modernization Project Increment 2.
Trustees, do we have any questions or concerns?
I make a motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Trustee Lackaretti,
Second.
seconded by Trustee Espinoza. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Nays have the same right. Motion carried.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Testa. Board action, paper education, America Incorporated agreement, Dr. Castro. And
Thank you so
Mr.
much.
Alexander.
I'm going to tee it up for Mr. Alexander, and if our friends in the tech booth can bring up just a couple of slides for visual effect. Thank you.
Wonderful.
Good evening, President Brooks and trustees. Before we make the next few recommendations, we wish to provide you with context about the district's tutoring and mentoring partnerships and a portfolio of tutorial support services that we're trying to develop. Last week, in the organizational briefing, we provided demographic data at trustees' request, specifically the number and percentage of African-American students participating in elite tutoring services provided by Bali Learning Center since we opened enrollment to all students in March. Let me repeat that. All students starting in March, because prior to that, it was only offered to our English learners due to funding requirements. In the table we provided, trustees saw that at the time, 127 students were being served and approximately 17 or 13% were African-American. On the next two slides, we'll describe the tutoring and mentoring model we're trying to construct for all students. And on the last slide, we'll provide an overview of potential contract costs for the 23-24 school year. The top orange arrow represents our partnership with Bali Learning Center, which began in 2021 and has run through March for English learners. Trustees approved using supplemental federal funds that target English language development to provide in-person, virtual, and weekend tutoring for our English learner students. The second darker arrow also represents an established partnership between the district and the UC Merced CalTeach program. This second program provides tutors to every school in the district with a focus on 2nd and 7th grade. Mentor tutors provide direct services to students under the oversight of school staff and facilitate learning trips for all 7th graders in the district to UC Merced, where students experience lab activities targeting math and science and a tour of the campus. All 2nd graders get to experience the Kids Discovery Station as a part of this program as well. The third disjointed arrow in shades of red represents recommendations recently presented to you and shows the start of Bali tutoring for students in grades TK through 6 that you approved, and a virtual tutoring program pilot through paper education for students in grades 7 and 8 that staff further vetted at your request. Tonight, we'll recommend running the pilot program with what remains of Title IV funds through paper education. This service could be used in addition to the services of Bali, which leads to the last arrow, a projection into the next academic year, 23-24. This bar is joined because all students could access either provider or potentially both beginning in August. And Jeremy, if you can stay on this slide for me. Thank you. On this slide, you see the same horizontal arrows with the addition of a vertical arrow. Contained in the vertical arrow, you see programs our staff researched and are proposing to strengthen the mentoring portion of the portfolio. You've either seen a contract request or will see one in the near future to engage and work with organizations our staff has investigated or with whom we've already have a positive partnership. They include the Boys and Girls Club, Restorative Justice League, and potentially Improve Your Tomorrow. Our goal is to bring access to the highest quality tutoring and mentoring services to all of our students. Next slide, please. This slide outlines the focus, duration, and cost of our recommendations for the 23-24 school year. For your reference, there are approximately 1,200 students per grade level across the district. For service open to all students until slots are filled, as long as TK through 6th grade are treated as a priority, both Bali and Boys and Girls Club are an option. A contract is in routing, proposing a continued partnership with CalTeach for service to 2nd and 7th graders. The request should come to you at a June meeting. We're exploring Improve Your Tomorrow as a partner to provide direct services, focusing on supporting the success of middle school young men of color. We're proposing an expansion of our partnership with Restorative Justice League to support middle school students with their academic and social emotional needs through the use of circle sessions. And so with that being said, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Alexander to provide background and highlights
and to make the actual recommendations.
Thank you. Before the recommendation, I'd like to highlight some of the key facets of this contract, specifically the Paper Education America Incorporated. This contract proposals for the 2023-24 school year. We will utilize one-time Title IV funding at a cost of $204,700. There were 4 opportunities for MCSD middle school math teachers to obtain information and provide feedback. Tutorials are provided by trained and vetted paper education staff members who at least 1 year of teaching or tutoring experience, undergraduate degree conferred or in progress, demonstrated content area expertise, the ability to adapt to individual student needs and learning styles, subject-specific content knowledge assessments, instructional effectiveness assessment, candidate interviews with talent acquisition, and a thorough background check, both national and local. It provides unlimited 24/7 personalized multilingual tutorial sessions from professional educators via a secure platform across all K-12 subject areas, but we'll focus on grades 7 through 8 for us. Therefore, it is recommended that the MCSD Board of Education approve the contract with Paper Education America Incorporated for the amount of $204,700.
Thank you, Dr. Castro and Mr. Alexander. Trustees, do we have questions?
I do. Does anyone else, if they can, because I'm having difficulty trying to reach my.
Any other trustees have questions?
I'll just provide a thank you. I appreciated the that layout of the other tutoring programs that we have, so I can understand where this program is going to fit in relation to our other programs. So thank you for that.
I would agree. Yeah, I would echo your sentiment. Yeah, I really like this presentation this time. Appreciate that.
Could you go back one slide?
Sure.
The slide that they were talking about.
So it's the this is for 7th and 8th graders.
Specifically, yes.
And then this is online.
Yes.
So in terms of safety, so if you can you elaborate on that a little bit more? How
Yeah,
safe
so
is it?
thank you for that. That was a follow-up item. It is virtual. However, it's not face-to-face. There's no cameras. Both tutor and student meet on a secure platform where students can upload their assignment that they're working on to get information on there. Typically, again, safety in terms of that, we have background checks that Paper Education America Incorporated does for their staff members. And again, with fingerprinting, and that's both on a national and local level. And again, tutors rotate. You don't have the same tutor every time, so it avoids the potential for a relationship with tutor and student. So that's another layer of safety that's implemented.
And do we know any other, I think we talked about it, right? Do we know any districts that are using this and what kind of success rate that they've had?
We've heard positive reports from, I believe it's Hillmore, that's locally, as well as Turlock.
Hillmore?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know how many students in their program? Do you have any information?
No, but I can identify that and provide that in the board update.
Because for all of these programs, what I would like to see is progress reports, right?
Yeah.
We want to, I think, in order to ensure that this is working, I think it would be really important to see where the students are and talk to the parents to see, right? We have to, like, this is, I think, the partnership with the parents where we talk to them, and say, is it working? Like, can you tell us what's not working so that we can make better, and we can give recommendations to these vendors and say, this is how you actually make it better. So I hope that you're going to incorporate all that feedback and give us
Yes.
regular presentations about the efficacy
Yes.
of the program.
Mr. Brooks, you believe you asked for a slide. Is this a slide you were speaking?
Oh yeah, I wanted to look at the slide because I did see a gap in tutoring when it comes to portfolio, but when I'm looking at this slide, it looks like Bally and Paper Education picks up that gap between the TK through the third. Because I was just going to say we should definitely focus on before third grade when it comes to literacy and math, just because if they get to the 6th, 7th, and 8th and don't know how to read and don't know math, they can do all the tutoring in the world. So, but I see that Bally and Paper Education takes care of TK through 8th. And then I also see Cal Teach takes care of grades 2. So there is learning. So I was just going to make sure that we had something for, before 3rd grade.
Found my notes. The usage hours are tracked through the service.
Yes.
Okay, so we're not reliant upon student self-reporting.
No.
Okay. Will student proficiency before and after use be tracked?
Yeah, we can use our district progress assessment data points as well as long-term. We can use CAS vision as frequent as our DPA assessments, as DPA district progress assessments will be done 3 times a year.
We do need that because if we're going to be paying this kind of money, right, we want to make sure that we're getting bang for the buck. But more than that, we want to make sure that our students are getting the benefits, right? That's the most important. So it says in the contract that the district must procure parental consent. And you'd said that there were no cameras using this?
No cameras, no.
Okay. But again, it is on the onus is on the district for parental consent.
Yes.
So that's very explicit in the contract. You said that it was available to our 7th and 8th grade math teachers. How many of them took advantage of trying this out?
5.
5. How many teachers do we have?
I believe it's 3 times 4 is 12.
So we have 12, so less than half.
Yeah.
We have input from less than half of our 7th and 8th grade math teachers. Okay. What was the input from the 5?
Yeah, input was positive. Some pros I gathered. They can use it anytime. Student privacy was mentioned, and the many tools for help and remediation. Again, accessible students 24/7. Great for students who want to learn and get help, because sometimes parents aren't readily available, or perhaps a tutorial service somewhere else is not available. And they also like the idea they can see the transcripts and frequency of use from the students.
Okay. So it was all positive feedback from those 5.
There's cons. There want to mention that it could be a little slow in getting help to student needs because feedback, and so perhaps there's a queue. But again, Paper is working to make sure that those queue times are limited.
Okay.
Also was mentioned a couple tools like graphs that again Paper Education is working on developing as well when students are working with Cartesian plane, for example.
Okay. So it said in the contract that Paper is not responsible for any links that appear on their platform. Help me understand that. So if they're presenting a platform and they're providing links to our students, why are they not responsible for the content of those links?
Perhaps a student would put a link on the whiteboard that is not appropriate. That's the only really thing that I can think of.
Okay. I thought the contract said that these are, okay. Maybe you're correct in that. Okay. I thought it were links that were provided by Paper.
No, because the platform is a platform in of itself.
Okay.
They work through the Socratic method with students, meaning questioning process to even the most reluctant learner. As I sat through, we got to pretend that we were reluctant learners. And so through a Socratic method, basically questioning through your thinking and how you would approach the program, or suggesting tips and tricks to attack maybe a double variable equation.
Okay, so it could be student put the link on there.
Yes.
And then, are you okay?
His big stack of documents.
Oh, yeah. Okay. There are special considerations for children under the age of 13, right? For online usage. There are legal requirements for students under the age of 13. Our 7th and 8th graders, many of them are under the age of 13.
Correct.
So each individual application, each student account must be reviewed in relation to those special considerations. Whose responsibility is that?
Ultimately, it's the district's, but ultimately, I can work with legal to get more information on that.
Please do,
Yep.
because that's critically important.
But I do want you to know our legal team did review this as well.
Just a moment.
Yes, please.
To answer your question, the vetting on student privacy and appropriateness as far as student access, our director of data did heavy vetting at the beginning that started with that component of it.
Okay. But it's the account, right? So it's the permissions for the student who's under the age of 13.
Correct.
Okay. So that'll be handled by our district staff.
Correct.
Thank you. Section 18 of the contract, it says that paper has no accountability for the validity of background checks done by the third party. Section 18. So it makes me a little apprehensive that we're relying on them to contract with a third party for background checks for their tutors or their instructors, but they have no accountability for the validity of those background checks in that contract. Were you able to find it?
Yeah, reading it.
Okay.
Okay, point taken.
Thank you. So I don't want to slow up the process, but that makes me apprehensive that there's no accountability for the background checks.
We have time. This is a proposal coming to you we were hoping to finish this school year, but we're pushing this into the next school year.
Okay.
We pay for legal services to help us with these contract issues. And so we can push it back through and come back to you with something at the next meeting if you'd like.
Wonderful. That would be helpful. I don't want, again, safety is the first priority, right? And we need to make certain that anyone that is working with our students, whether it's online or in person, that they are properly vetted and that there is accountability. So thank you. I appreciate that. I have no other questions.
Next one.
Thank you, Mr. Alexander. I will entertain a motion.
I'm going to ask that we postpone to our next meeting.
Oh, my apologies. Yes, for the information, correct? Dr. Castro?
Correct.
All right.
Yes, we'll work with legal to look at specifically that area.
Thank you very
and
much.
Put something in the briefing or to all trustees so they have that information.
Perfect. Thank you. Other than that, I feel like it's I don't want to say, I don't want to be perceived as trying to stop this because I think it's a valuable service and it could potentially, this pilot could prove beneficial to our students and create accessibility. I know that when my students were going through math, they had math in there that I did not recognize. So it would be great to have some experts on hand at all hours of the night because we know that students sometimes procrastinate. So thank you.
And just to piggyback off this, these are some of the things that we should require our students that are at site day schools interact with, because 9 out of 10 times, those are the students that actually need some of these services. All right. Thank you, Mr. Alexander. Oh, you have to stay up there for 4 times. All right. And we'll go to number B, 12B, Restorative Justice League contract. Dr. Castro and Mr. Alexander.
Thank you again. Before the recommendation, I'd like to highlight some of the key components of this contract. This contract proposal is for the 2023 through 2024 school year for our middle school students. This lunchtime program is focused on 3 pillars of restorative practices: prevention, leadership, and intervention. Other topics may include health and wellness, education, bullying, how to cope, and careers. They're creating a group of trust and not judgment. Restorative Justice League employees are UC Merced students working with College Corps. All are certified CPR and mandated reporters. Again, this service will focus on the needs of 7th and 8th graders with ELOG funding source. It is recommended that the MCSD Board of Education approve the contract with the Restorative Justice League for the amount of $96,400.
Trustees, thank you, Mr. Alexander. Trustees, do we have any questions?
I have a question. I have a few questions. Where do we know other districts that are using it?
Yes, I believe Weaver and Atwater Elementary School District, and we have an established partnership with Restorative Justice League since I believe 2021. However, that relationship, the activities that have been facilitated through Restorative Justice League were different than the circle sessions and were in the elementary schools.
I mean, I like it.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, I like what I'm
Because
seeing.
this is moving to middle schools, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Expanding.
Yep.
Wonderful program.
That's where we need a lot of intervention, right? A lot of alternative methods
This helps with
to address behaviors.
mental health and behavior, right?
It's supportive of that, yes.
Supported. Trustees, do we have any questions? If not, I'll entertain a
make a
motion.
motion.
Motion on the table by trustee Laccarelli,
Second.
seconded by clerk Oliveris Kidwell. All those in favor?
Aye.
Nays have the same right. Motion carried. Thank you. Dr. Castro and Mr. Alexander, about Bali Learning Center contract renewal.
I'm going to recuse myself.
Okay.
Thank you.
Recommendation, I'd like to highlight some of the key areas of this contract. This contract proposal is for the 2023-24 school year. So far this year, over 400 students have received support from Bali Tutoring, totaling over 10,000 hours with an increased enrollment of over 150 students since we were able to open up more funding for this program. The service will focus on the needs of TK to sixth grade students for the ELOP funding resource. Number of students is currently enrolled exactly is 290 students. The online to in-person ratio is close to 35 online and 65% in person currently. It is recommended that the MCC Board of Education approve the contract with Bali Learning Centers for the amount of $870,000.
Trustees, do we have any questions?
I've received a number of emails. We had a caller tonight. A number of families have told me in person how thankful they are that they have access to this service. And that's wonderful, right? Do we have any hard data on the outcomes for our students that are engaging in the Bali tutoring?
Yes, previously I gave some data. We're currently compiling for DPA 3. And as soon as CASP scores and or students who are English learners who may have taken the summative LPAC, we'll have more data. So as of DPA 2, out of 156 students at the time receiving services, we had 109 scholars have gains in reading DPA. And as for mathematics, out of 153 students who completed the DPA 2, 108 students had gains with their district progress assessment. We're looking to build a better platform for data collection using our current database. So this process is quicker. So we're looking forward to also including in years to come, pending your approval, would be attendance as well as discipline, because we know when students are engaged in the lesson and following along with, they're less likely to potentially cause negative behaviors in class as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, I had a similar question. I too have heard good things about this. One thing I've heard negative is that it perhaps is too far for some of our, but perhaps with the paper tutoring, we're now balancing.
In addition to in-person learning, they offer a virtual option as well as a Saturday option. And
Really?
Even though this perhaps is premature, we've had conversation about a satellite in South Merced at one of our schools.
Okay, well, I really appreciate that. And you guys are on that issue. And so I do appreciate this program. I would say like, in my layman's terms, understanding like how hard would it be to like get like 100 English learners that participated in the program, look at their growth rates, and then compare it to 100 English learners who didn't participate in the program?
Yeah, again, we can't do that.
Yeah, my only concern is that you said like the students grew, and my understanding is like basically all students do grow, not every student, but I would just like to see, it's not just that they grew, but how much did they grow? Did involving in this program mean that they grew more than a student who did not, who was in a similar circumstances? If we could get data like that, I feel like that would be very convincing
Run a
to
control
me
group, yeah.
as the efficacy of it. So maybe just group comparison.
Okay,
with
We'll work on
similar-
that as we finish up DPA 3 results and
Perfect.
attempt to meet your request in our organizational briefing.
Perfect. Thank you.
I would like to piggyback on Trustee Espinoza's request. So can we get feedback? We know that our teachers are our first point of contact. They could probably give us some feedback on some of those users. Is it apparent to our teachers which students are attending Valley?
We attempt to push this information to the school sites, but we can do potentially a better job with a better database. So we can, in that query we run from our database, potentially pull the homeroom teacher per se.
Yep.
And inform the sites with that more specific data.
Great.
Because ultimately, we want to be data-based. We want to see program effectiveness because we want to see positive student outcomes.
So we also know that traditionally or consistently, our English language learners perform better and they do have higher achievement gains. We see that consistently over and over in our reporting. So we have other populations that are engaged in Valley tutoring, not just our ELs.
Let me
I'm sorry, I was
dive
writing
in
a
here.
note, sorry.
Our English learners were our initial participants beginning in 2021,
right,
using Title III funds through March. In March, those funds were exhausted. As far as English learners, could be an English learner, could be an IFEP, which is no, not an IFEP, could be an RFEP, which is a reclassified, right? They're no longer an English learner, but they were an English learner. And so we could use Title III funds for them as well. So in March, when those funds were exhausted, we opened it up to anyone.
Yep.
And everyone. And so we have the first group of data, right? And now we have the second group developing because it's only been since March.
Yep.
As far as the achievement levels, yes, all students grow. Our English learners grow a lot, but I think you might be referencing the greatest gains actually come to students who are reclassified, which means they were an English learner at one point, but they seem to be the ones who progress the most, report after report after report.
So I just want to make certain that when we do our reporting, that we're getting reporting on all of the students, especially that newest group.
Yeah.
That are be able to engage in the tutoring services.
Mr. Alexander and Ms. Lee spent quite a bit of time together this last week to devise a system where we can use our student information system, ARIES, to extract that data with a query so that it's functional and it's efficient. And so they're projecting into the next few months of the school year to be able to produce that information with ease.
And we get reports from Valley that give us which students are utilizing their services.
Yes, we do.
Perfect. All right. Thank you.
Without any further questions, I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Motion on the table by Clerk Oliveris Kidwell and seconded by Trustee Espinoza. All those in favor?
Aye.
Nays have the same right. The motion carried.
Thank you.
Boys and Girls Club contract, Dr. Castro and Mr. Alexander.
Before I make the recommendation, I would like to apologize and ensure our public is aware that there was a change to the original draft of this action item for tonight's board agenda. The version published on Thursday, May 18th, 2023, originally read $407,969.60 for the contract dollar amount. This was a typo. A revision was made on Friday, May 19, 2023, to reflect the correct dollar amount for this contract, $16,000. This contract proposal is from June 5th to June 30 of this year. Program options with Boys and Girls Club include character and leadership education and career, health and life skills, the arts, sports, recreation, and fitness. The service will focus on the needs of TK through sixth grade students per ELOP funding source. Therefore, it is recommended that the MCSD Board of Education approve the contract with Boys and Girls Club of Merced County for $16,000.
You're saying 16.
16, yes, sir.
Okay.
It's a big
So-
topo. Big typo.
It went
Well,
from
soon,
407.
soon you may see the other number.
Oh, okay. I got you. Okay. Trustees, do we have any questions? It went from 407 to 16,000.
Because this is a very limited time frame.
Yes.
Gotcha. Do we have any questions, concerns? I'll entertain a motion.
I make a motion to approve.
Motion on the table.
Second.
Motion on the table by trustee Lackeretti and seconded by clerk Oliveris Kidwell. All those in favor? Aye. Nays have the same right. Motion carried. Good job, Mr. Alexander, Dr. Castro. Resolution F as in Frank, 2022-2023, authorizing interfunding loans for cash flow purpose. Mrs. Parker.
Yes, thank you. The Merced County Treasurer requires that districts maintain a positive cash balance in each of their funds at all times. So temporary loans from other funds may become necessary throughout the year when expenditures occur at a faster rate than the cash arrives. It is recommended that the Board of Education accept Resolution F8 2022-2023 to allow temporary borrowing between funds and accounts as needed for cash flow purposes in 2023-2024.
Thank you, Mrs. Parker. Trustees, do we have any questions? Entertain a motion then. Let's get her done.
So moved.
Motion on the table by clerk Oliveris Kidwell.
I'll second it.
And seconded by trustee Lackeretti. All those in favor? Aye. Nays have the same right. Motion carried. I lost track.
13A. We just, sorry,
13B.
13B.
Public hearing notice for 2023-2024 budget. Mrs. Parker.
Yes, thank you again. Education code requires districts to hold a public hearing before the adoption of the budget. It is recommended that the Board of Education approve June 13, 2023 as the date for the public hearing on the 2023-2024 budget.
So moved.
All right.
No questions or discussion?
No questions or trustees, do we have any questions?
No.
Motion on the table by trustee Lackeretti and seconded by
Second.
clerk Oliveris Kidwell. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Nays have the same right. Motion approved. 14 events calendar. Do we have any changes? If not, I'll entertain. Well, it's just for review.
Yep.
Do we have any changes in the event calendar before we move on? If we don't have any changes in the event calendar, we'll go to the governance calendar.
So I just bring up the concern that we do need to do a board self-evaluation and we're overdue.
Yes.
So we need to get that underway.
Next meeting, it should be on the agenda.
Well, it's something that we do outside, right? Ms. Polk and I believe Ms. Polk, in the past, you've provided that through CSBA.
The board needs to determine a 2-week period.
I'm sorry?
The board needs to determine a 2-week period in which they want to participate in that.
Okay, and we don't have to do that by action. We can do that by consensus, correct? Okay. So with regards to the governance calendar, I would ask for consensus that we pick a 2-week period, preferably the last 2 weeks of June, to do our board self-evaluation. It's a survey that comes out and then we can review it. I think we're dark in July, correct? We have no meetings in July. Oh, so that might not be the best timing because we won't be able to discuss it for a full month.
What?
Do it before.
Yeah, we're past the.
Oh, we don't, I mean, I don't think there's a legal requirement to do it. It's just, it's good
Timing.
practice.
Timing.
Do it in August then.
You can do it in August.
All
There's
right.
so much going on.
Yeah, we do have a lot going on.
Okay.
Do we see consensus in August?
First 2 weeks in August.
Thumbs
Yes.
up, thumbs up, thumbs up. First 2 weeks in August. it
Thank you,
is.
Ms. Polk.
Anything else for the governance calendar? All right, we'll go to board member roundtable. We'll start off with,
Go.
all right, we'll start off with trustee Lackeretti.
I want to make a few comments here. I feel like our inability to make a decision about the interim leadership is, or we have not said anything about appointing. I'm just saying, we need to appoint some interim people and establish some stability soon. Those are my personal feelings. So I'm getting some really shocking looks here. So that's that. And I also want to just piggyback off your, earlier when it was said that the district is not in disarray, I do disagree. I do feel like there's a lot of concern. And when we sit here and we say, yes, the students, that's what we're here for. But when we say that it's not in disarray and we're doing great, sometimes that, how do I say this? It does not, it prevents people from speaking the truth sometimes, because we're actually saying, well, you're just feeling it. It's not true. We're actually doing great things. So I like the last time I've said, I think we need a climate survey or some sort of survey to get a pulse of the morale issues in the district, and go from there. And I'm hoping that even though we're going through a decision-making process, we could also bring that process of doing a climate survey in. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Trustee Espinoza.
I think like when you remodel your house, it's pretty chaotic. And I think that's just, I think like right now we're going through a little bit of a remodeling phase and it may seem chaotic and disorderly, but I think it's better than stagnation we're always thinking about how to improve. And I think everyone in MCSD has a heart for kids and a heart for education. And I don't think our passion is where we need improvement. I think it's just in systems and organization. And I think we'll get there. I'm actually fairly optimistic about the future. I will say, so those are my thoughts on that. I think I'm not as concerned. I think it'll pull through. I think people are tough, and I think like right now, because we've had like some stuff that's made it unstable at the top, it seems like it. But I think once we get the stabilize kind of the district and then kind of set our plans more clearly, people will understand that it's more stabilized and that it's going to be okay. Things aren't so bad. And then I also wanted to comment. So I heard it. I was listening to the meeting even before I was here, just on the air quality. So on that, through that study, I think it's really important for anyone concerned with these issues to read through this study. It says multiple times throughout the study, and I'll repeat it. It says, and I quote, "Throughout the conduct of the pilot project, no dangerous, hazardous, or unsafe conditions were discovered or observed." The only two negatives that were discovered were that in my understanding is the HVAC units are old, but it clarifies right afterwards that the cubic air being moved is still above recommended level. And I think that's why Mr. Williams was referencing that even some of the older ones could be outperforming younger ones. The age is just a recommended thing, and that was the only thing. The other thing is that it's sometimes the certain levels touched above a recommended threshold to be checked on and to get improvement, and that's what we're doing now with the thermostats and technology. So I would just clarify that the report was actually extremely positive. We're taking the recommendations of the consultant, and those were what we're implementing. And I will repeat, it does try to specify and make it very clear, because scientific results I assume are very confusing. It did clarify multiple times that there were no dangerous or hazardous or unsafe conditions discovered or observed. I think that's really important for our parents to feel comfortable and understanding that really just Central Valley has bad air and our filters are doing the most that it can. But we did upgrade, I think, from MERV 5 and 8 to 11 and 13, which means we're having stronger filtration. And even at that point, our systems were able to maintain that type of airflow at proper levels. So I was encouraged by the air study results. I know we have some parents who really make sure that we're staying on top of that, and I think that that I think that that's really good for the district to make sure that we're not missing any gaps. And I think that I would like some more answers from the district. I just want the conversation to continue where we at, and really make it clear to the parents why, you guys have lots of experience in facilities, way more than the board up here. Really make it clear to the community why we're making the decisions that we're making, and be very transparent. And I think that will go a long way in alleviating the concerns that have been rising. But again, I think the concerns, while they do keep us going, again, no dangerous or unsafe conditions were discovered during the study. So those will conclude my report tonight. I appreciate everyone's time.
Thank you, Trustee Espinoza. Clerk Oliveris Kidwell.
Buckle up, I've got a lot. So I would concur with Trustee Espinoza. I feel like we have a lot of dust because we're moving things around right now. There's a lot of dust, but not to lose sight of the very positive strides that we've made. I think that we hear a lot of some of the really loud voices. Some of our less loud voices are just as valid. So we need to make certain that we hear, or that we pay attention to, not just the loudest, but those that are saying we have a clear vision. Our board set a very clear mission, a very clear mission and vision. We have goals. Those haven't changed. We haven't wavered in those. We will have some change in our leadership, and we're undergoing that. But our teachers are still teaching, our classified are still keeping our schools running, and we still have very, very strong leaders in place. So I feel like we really need to focus on what is stable and what is positive, instead of being distracted by the adult problems or the dust that people are kicking up. And I think that we need to stay the course. And I am really reassured by the unity of this board. I feel like every time I hear one of my colleagues speak, I'm really, really pleased, because we are in alignment, and that's a huge part of the change that's occurring in this district. So with that, I will move on to, I was thinking about this. We, in a conversation in my one-on-one with Mr. Meisenheimer, we have an anonymous reporting tool for our students. Our students can report when something, they can report safely when something is happening that makes them uncomfortable, something they're concerned about, an injustice, bullying, something they've witnessed. Our students have that. Why doesn't our staff have the same thing? So an anonymous reporting tool for our staff. We heard it tonight. We heard it in public comments. So I would like to suggest that we look into that possibility. The equity survey, Mr. Russo spoke about that. We had it last year. You know, I often talk about when we get surveys that we're not reaching all of our students' families. We cannot rely on electronic communications. Many of our families do not engage in electronic communications. The issues that Mr. Russo's brought up last year are, again, still present. So I would suggest that we create an alternative to an online survey, send home something that alerts them via paper, if we can. Merced Firefighters Association. I know that several of you attended the function. I spoke with Mr. Paskin, who runs the organization, and I would like to ask that he come and speak at a future board meeting. He asked me to wait until after the ball on the 20th, but that way our families and our staff can understand what service they provide. I think it would be valuable information for this audience. With regarding to air quality and the evaluations for AQ, the suggestion was made that perhaps it's time to bring in an industrial hygienist. I would agree. I would ask for board consensus that we look for an industrial hygienist that could come in and evaluate our air quality as it exists, and maybe put to rest some of the concerns, or reveal that the concerns are valid and that we need to address them even more.
I agree.
Thank you. Okay. Tonight, Ms. Delgado brought up the Fresno Unified Storage. I don't know anything about that. If somebody could do some research and put it in a weekly briefing, I'd love to find out a little bit more about that. There just wasn't enough time, I think, in 3 minutes for her to tell us more about what that was, but it really piqued my interest. This is a big one. So, well, two, class sizes. Are we mandated class size by the state or any agency? Or is that something that we do based on our?
I'm sorry. It's 10:34. I need a motion.
Oh, make a motion to suspend the bylaws.
Second.
A motion on the table by Clerk Oliveris Kidwell and seconded by Trustee Espinoza. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Nays have the same right. The motion carried to suspend the bylaws.
Thank you. Where was I?
Class size.
Thank you. Are we mandated by class sizes or is it by resources and space?
Class sizes are part of the collective bargaining agreement with the Teachers Association, MCTA, except for there is one for TK, which mandates the 24-to-1. But other than that, they are negotiated and part of, as far as caps.
Okay.
And when we do enrollment, we do look at all of those factors in determining, what class sizes we have, how many teachers we can have at a site, and all based on facilities and so forth, and where we're going to have to overflow and create combo classes. That's all a long process in which to determine that.
Okay, thank you. And then the last thing, this one's a little bit difficult just because we hear over and over again that our teachers are not feeling supported. We hear over and over again that our teachers are fearful. How many of our teachers right now are out on stress leave? I think that's something that's important. I don't need an answer right now, but I think the numbers increased over the last 2 years. That's a very real issue. Our staff is the most valuable asset that we have. And we have to make certain that they are supported. We have to make certain that when they have concerns for their safety, that they're listened to. I understand that teachers will write reports and send them to their admin. And again, I'm in treacherous territory, but I think it's important. So I've had a number of teachers report that when they write up a report and they send it to their admin staff, that the words in the report are not transcribed with fidelity into Aries, that some of the very clear concerns that they have don't make it into Aries. And since our teachers don't have access to enter into Aries, they have to rely on that, on the admins. So my question is, what culture are we creating if behaviors are not documented? I mean, we heard 2 of our staff members tonight take ownership and saying we could do better. But if we're not documenting our student behaviors, how can we address them? It's actually minimizing them or dismissing them. And that's not creating a culture of trust and safety for our teachers. How can we resolve issues, protect staff and students if they aren't accurately addressed? So now I know I always try to dismiss rumor and innuendo. I don't care for that at all. I don't think it has a place in our work. But the question that I would ask, are our principals told not to put in writing? It has been asserted that our principals have been told not to put in writing certain terms because it doesn't reflect well on them or on their schools. So I just want to make certain that impression is out there. So I think it just needs to be addressed however you can. That's it for my roundtable. Thank you for listening. Thank you for your patience as I got through all of that.
Thank you. Thank you. I really don't have anything extra. I'm just going to once again reiterate, I think I think we have a strong board and the board has a mindset of the children first. I'm gonna say this one more time, and I challenge anybody to a debate when we say that our district is in disarray. Why do we say that? Because of one person is missing? Like I'm not understanding why we keep trying to foster this narrative and it's not there. Our district is not in distress, it's not in a disarray. Our leadership is still there. Our children are still getting things that they need, if not now more than ever. Yes, we're looking for a leader, but that doesn't mean that we're in disarray. Once again, this is what change looks like. Stuff like this has to happen. In order to invoke change, things have to happen. And that's the position that we're in right now. We're in the position of changing things. So of course things are going to look different, but I wouldn't use those words as disarray or anything negative. Once again, I think we're in the best position for opportunity for change. And once again, if you want to debate that, please feel free to debate. But look around and look at the things that we're achieving for the students. Look at the historical things that we're doing as a board. So I'll say that and that'll be mine. I am open to any debate because I do want to hear the things that is making us in disarray, because we can't, if we can't hear what's making us in disarray, how can we change it? You can't just use a word and then don't give us any examples. Give us examples. That's all I have.
I'd like to just add to that we're not minimizing or dismissing the very real concerns that our staff has. But we want to make certain that we're focused on the big picture and that we welcome to hear. So if they can bring concerns forward, bring them to us.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to say that, like, if I have a different opinion about how things are, like, I don't necessarily want to debate anybody, right? I mean, we all have our own perspective, unique perspective that we bring to this, and we are making progress in certain things. But I also have to consider the unbelievable amount of feedback that, whether through emails or calls or anonymous letters to our house, and I have to take all of that into consideration. And there are some things that we cannot discuss openly, but I also don't want to diminish what some of us are feeling or say that, let's have a debate. Like, I think it's just it's okay that either, whether it's staff or all of us, we don't have to always agree on everything. And this is what makes us better, that through difficult conversations that we as a board become better. And it's okay to say, while you may think differently, this is what I think, but I don't necessarily want to debate about it. I actually want to talk through it and figure it out. So that's all.
I wasn't asking for a debate. I was asking for examples. I said anyone can debate me on that, but I specifically asked for examples. That's all. Everyone can have their opinion. You can have yours and I can have mine. That's, we're people. That's what we're supposed to do, have different opinions.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just at our country was formed on debate. I'm a big fan of debate and discourse.
Yeah, discourse. Yeah.
I'll entertain a motion to adjourn or to close this, go to closed session, actually.
So we are not adjourning. We are moving into closed session.
Session.
You have your words ready? Okay. We're live.
All right, thanks for everybody being back. It's 12:19. We're back in open session. And a motion by trustee Espinosa and seconded by clerk Oliveris Kidwell. By a vote of 4-0, we have agreed to open up a search for our superintendent. Thank you.
We can now adjourn
We can now adjourn.
at